Larks are back home for one more game in the month of June as they wrap up this three-game series against the Dodge City A's here at Larks Park. Welcome into the pregame show, everybody. My name is Hank Corsair, and as we preview this third game of this series, looking back at last night's game down in Dodge City, it was all Larks. They led from start to finish. They scored in 7 of the 9 innings, and they got a big win. The final score ended up being 17-4, which included 4 home runs for the Larks coming from Cooper Holtorf, Tanner Norman, Sean Keenan, and a 3-run home run from Rainer Bean. And the pitching had a good game as well. Simon Lunsford proved why he's the Larks' ace pitcher. He got 8 strikeouts of the 15. The other 7 came from Charlie Pierce and Hunter Cogill. And the Larks got another big win. It was their 10th time surpassing the 10-run mark. And we keep talking about it all the time. That's been their key to get these big wins, is that they get off to a hot start and the pitching comes in and does their job as well. But they won't be in for an easy matchup tonight. Dodge City is going to try to avoid the sweep. They've been swept twice in 2-game series against the Angels and the Larks, but they have not been swept in a 3-game series yet. So the Larks are going to try to be the first team to do that as they come into tonight's game with a record of 16-0 and 11-0 in RMBL play. And the A's are trying to end their 8-game winless streak as they come in with a record of 8-10-1, and they are 6-7 in RMBL play. We'll have first pitch in 7 minutes here on the Larks Network. We are about set for the final home game in the month of June here at Larks Park, as this is the third and final game of the series between the Larks and the A's. Starting on the mound tonight is number 27, Sammy Fredrich, and the first batter he's going to face is number 23, Angel Vasquez. And again, I'm Hank Corsair, joined alongside by Eli Blankenship, who is back with us tonight. I'll ask before tonight's game, Eli, how was the World Cup?
It was a blast. I got to go see one of my favorite players play for the Netherlands, and Virgil van Dijk is one of my favorite players, and he's a center back for the Netherlands. And it was a blast. Sorry, folks, I'm having technical difficulties with my microphone, but we got to do the Orange Parade. 36,000 people that marched the streets of Kansas City in orange. It was a pretty awesome experience.
Well, we're glad to have you back tonight, and we're set now, and the first pitch was a ball, and it was thrown at 7:11 p.m., so 11 minutes later than originally scheduled, but the count is now 1-1 from Sammy Fredrich to Angel Vasquez. This is Fredrich's second start and third appearance. His first start was against the Game Day Angels on June 18th. His first relief appearance was on June 24th when the Larks took on the BTL Hornets. Count now moves to 2-1, and here's the rest of the A's order. Yael Amador's batting second. Max Irwin's batting third, and batting fourth is number 21, Isaiah Velasco. And the remaining 5 batters are all new tonight. That includes Aiden Morehouse, Jackson Phillips, Alejandro Gomez, Trace Copper, and Arturo Blanquense. Vasquez faces a 2-2 count against Fredrich. He comes set and sends the ball to the plate, and that one's left on the outside corner for a full count. Fredrich comes into tonight's game with 4 strikeouts and 4 walks. His opponent batting average is .211. He sends the payoff pitch to the plate, and this one's a line drive into left field, and this one's going to bounce all the way to the wall, and it'll be picked up by the center fielder, Trent Baker, and he will throw it in, but that's going to be a double for the leadoff batter, Angel Vasquez.
It's a good start for the Dodge City A's if they wanted to really set the tempo early here and make a statement right on that first batter. They did exactly that. Angel Vasquez picking up a leadoff double for them.
Next up is number 11, Yael Amador in left field tonight. And here's the Larks defensive alignment. In left field is Braden Hebner. The center fielder is Trent Baker. And Sean Keenan returns to right field for the third time in this series. Brandon Wilson is at catcher tonight. Tanner Norman's over at first. At the opposite corner is Rainer Bean. And in the middle part of the infield, Tabor Stokes is at shortstop, and Austin Crawford's at second. This is a wild pitch that will roll all the way to the backstop, and that's going to send Vasquez over to third. A 1-0 count with no outs and a runner 90 feet away from home plate for the A's as they look for the first lead. Amador was 0 for 3 yesterday. He reached on an error back in the first inning of the Larks' 17-4 win yesterday. Frederich's next pitch is a curveball that just missed on the high part of the zone. 2 balls and no strikes now to the freshman from Bronx, New York. This one sent high in the air into right field. Keenan will get under it and now run up on it. And he's got the catch. He throws it into Brandon Wilson, and he's got a chance for the tag, and he gets it. What a throw by Sean Keenan. He gets a double play for the Larks, and no runners are on the base path as there's now 2 outs.
What a throw. That was a run-saving throw there from Sean Keenan out in right field. A bullet out from right field, right on the money, right where it needed to be. And props to Brandon Wilson for securing that ball and immediately applying that tag. Great play there from the Larks.
So after that double, the bases are now empty for the A's. And they will now bring up number 5, Max Irwin, who will start with a ball, and another one gets away from Brandon Wilson. Irwin's the only returning player from last night's game in the lineup that recorded a hit. It was a single that made him 1 for 4. Fredericks gets set. The next pitch is on the way, and this one's fouled off for strike 1. Batter on deck, Isaiah Velasco, goes over and throws that to the Larks dugout. And we're set for the next pitch. It's on the way, and it finds the inside corner for strike 2. We'll see what Fredericks does right here. He's making his second start of the season tonight. He's made 1 relief appearance, which was his primary role at Gateway Community College. He made 8 appearances and finished the year with a 2-1 record. He kicks and deals, and he leaves that one up high, evening the count up at 2-2 to Max Irwin. Larks infield will play a little bit deeper. And this one's hit over to Rainer Bean, and this one's going to go into left field. And Hebner will pick it up and throw it back in as it's a 2-out base hit for Max Irwin.
If that thing would have been hit, I mean, just inches closer to Rainer Bean over there on third base, he would have been able to make that play. His glove was just maybe half of a step away from making that play. Props to Bean there for the extra effort on that play. And no harm, no foul as the guy's just on first base and you already have 2 outs.
Now up is number 21, Isaiah Velasco, the second and final relief pitcher to appear for the A's last night. After this, the next 5 batters are all new. So in total, the A's have 6 new faces in their lineup tonight that did not appear in last night's game. That includes the next 5 and then Angel Vasquez, the leadoff batter, who had the double and then got out trying to go home. Fredericks goes to his fastball, and it's a swing and a miss for Velasco. The count is 0-1.
His fastball's got really good velocity, way behind that pitch on the swing for Isaiah Velasco. That's not an easy thing to do, to get a batter behind a pitch like that.
Fredericks comes set. That time he goes to his curveball. Contact was made, and it rolls over to the Larks dugout. Velasco's now down 0-2. This is Velasco's 7th game in the batting order for the A's. He made his 4th pitching appearance last night, which is pretty much a new role for him because as far as it looks in his 4-year college career, he's never made an appearance as a pitcher. He's been used as both a catcher and an outfielder. Here's the 1-2, and there's the swing and the miss, and there's out number 3. The A's got 2 hits and left 1 runner stranded. And 4 batters come up to the plate that inning, and Braden Hebner leads things off for the Larks when we come back. After Sammy Fredericks pitches a scoreless first inning, the Larks are ready to go to work with their bats. As Braden Hebner leads off the inning, he's facing the Florida A&M Rattler, Blake Pacheco, for his 4th start of the summer and his 5th overall appearance. Hebner's awaiting the pitch, coming off of a 2-for-4 performance last night. That includes an RBI double and an RBI single for him. Pacheco's first pitch is on the way, and that one is up high, and it gets away from the catcher. The count begins 1-0. Here's the rest of the Larks order after Hebner. It's number 2, Trent Baker. Number 3, Rainer Bean will bat 3rd. Brand Wilson is in the cleanup spot. Batting 5th is number 7, Sean Keenan. Tanner Norman is tonight's 8th Street Liquor Beverage batter. He's batting 6th. Number 6, Tabor Stokes will bat 7th. Braden Cox will bat 8th in the DH spot. And batting 9th is number 8, Austin Crawford. 2 balls and no strikes now to Braden Hebner. Pretty good showing tonight from the Larks faithful, as this is the final home game in the month of June. And it is very hot out. It was 95 degrees at first pitch. Feels like 97 because of the humidity, and there's also very strong winds of about 19 miles per hour that came out of the southeast at first pitch, but for now it looks like it's coming more from the south.
Summer is certainly in full swing here in Hayes, America, and I was kind of confused as to where this weather was at, and then all of a sudden it just hit, and it has been dreadfully hot today, to say the least.
Pacheco sends the 3-0 to the plate, and Hebner will leave that inside, having to dodge out of the way a little bit. And it's a 4-pitch walk for the left fielder. So Trent Baker's up next, returning to the lineup tonight, playing in his usual spot in the outfield. He's been primarily used as a pitcher and a DH this summer, but he is playing in center field tonight. Working with a runner over at first base. Baker comes into tonight's game with a .517 on base percentage and 29 plate appearances. Pacheco gets set to deliver, and here it comes, and that's left outside for a ball. Here's the defensive alignment tonight for the A's. In the outfield from left to right is Yael Amador, Isaiah Velasco, and Trace Copper. Behind home plate is number 34, Aiden Morehouse. Jackson Phillips is over at first. Next to him is number 23, Angel Vasquez. Arturo Blanquense is at shortstop. And at third base is Max Irwin. Baker fouls the next pitch out of play for the first strike. He comes in into tonight's game also on a 5-game hit streak, which includes multiple hits in 4 of those games. Pacheco looks back over at first base, and the throw is not in time. Last night, the Larks were successful on 4 stolen bases. The only time they got out was on a pickoff play where one of their players, I can't remember who, but he got in a pickle and was tagged on his way back to first base. Hebner thought about taking off for second, but holds back. And that pitch to Baker was called ball 2. This is the second time that Blake Pacheco is starting against the Larks. He started on June 22nd, where he only recorded 3 strikeouts and gave up 10 hits and 7 earned runs. Here's the pitch to untie the count, and that will find the outside corner for strike 2. Two and 2 is the count now to Trent Baker. This is his first time in the batting order since the second game of that 2-game series against the A's from just last week. He batted seventh in the order in that game, and tonight he's second. He faces a full count with no outs, and Hebner over at first. Pacheco delivers the payoff pitch, and Baker swings and misses at that one, but now Hebner will move over to second base on a successful steal.
Yeah, really no contest over there on second base, and sometimes you can kind of trick the other team by swinging on a pitch, missing. Not that that was the intention there, but he did miss on that pitch, and sometimes they won't even really think about or look to second base on a situation like that, and it ended up just being a free base for Hebner.
Coming up to the plate next is number 3, Rainer Bean, one of 4 Larks to record a home run last night. His was the 3-run home run in the 9th inning. And overall in the night, he had 4 RBIs. He'll put this one over to the shortstop, Bunkense, and he throws it over to first base, and there's out number 2. But Hebner's now 90 feet away from home plate as he's over at third. Out for the Larks is number 32, Brian Wilson, playing catcher tonight. Every other game, the Larks just rotate their catchers. Last night was Dylan LaRue, and Dylan Hazelhorst also made an appearance late. He came in the 9th inning, but still made 2 appearances at the plate because he got a single, and then the Larks went through their entire lineup, and he was also the final out. Wilson awaits the pitch from Pacheco. It makes its way to the plate, and that one will miss up high, and the count is 1-0. Brian Wilson has 9 hits and a .310 average with the Larks. And this one will hit him on the side. And he's going to head over now to first base. And the Larks will check in a courtesy runner for Brian Wilson because he's a catcher tonight. Going over to first base now is number 12, Cade Green. He's a player that's really stepped up on the base path these last few games. He's now the leader in stolen bases with 17. And he had a big game a week ago today against Dodge where he had 4 stolen bases and 2 runs scored. And now up is number 7, Sean Keenan, the right fielder in tonight's game. Pacheco throws back to first base. The throw's not in time. It was a very close play, but Green is safe.
He's certainly been a go-to courtesy runner for this Larks team, and with his speed, you can't it's not hard to figure that out as to why he's been kind of a go-to guy for them on the base paths.
The first pitch is on the way to Keenan, and he'll take a swing and miss at that one, and he goes down 0-1. The Larks have gotten both of their base runners on without recording a hit. Braden Hebner had a 4-pitch walk. He stands over at third, and Brandon Wilson was hit just a moment ago. Here comes the 0-1, and this one's a hard ground ball that goes into the glove of Pacheco. Sammy Fredrich goes back to the mound to start the top of the second inning. And on the first play, it's a base hit for Aiden Morehouse, the leadoff batter. And he is now over at first base just like that. Another hot start for the A's, just like the first inning where they had the leadoff double from Angel Vasquez.
Not a lot that Rainer Bean can really do to make a stop on that ball. That thing was just drilled down the line, and when it just hugs the line like that, that's such a tough ball to get to.
Next up for the A's is number 17, Jackson Phillips, the sophomore from Seward County Community College. He's recorded a hit in 5 of his last 6 games. And we wait for the next pitch as the field umpire, Jeff Keith, goes next to second. The home plate umpire tonight is Ben Cutley. And Phillips is ahead 1-0. After Phillips, it's Alejandro Gomez and Trace Copper. Frederich's next pitch is on the way, and that one drops low for ball 2. Short lead over at first base for the A's. I think that's a courtesy runner into the game now. And that looks like that's number 12, Jaden Moreno, over there at first base. The count is now 2-1 as Phillips swings and misses at the next pitch. Fredrich unties the count, and that one misses outside for ball 3. Brand Wilson wants this one low and inside, and there's a swing and a miss for Jackson Phillips. And that's the second full count that for Sammy Fredrich in this game. That first one was against the leadoff batter, Angel Vasquez. Fredrich took a peek back over at first base, sends the payoff pitch to the plate, and this one's fouled out of play. Fredrich is looking for his second strikeout of the game. He got the third out in the first inning, striking out Isaiah Velasco. And the next pitch is on the way, and that one misses on the low part of the zone for ball 4. And now there's runners at first and second for the A's, and still no outs. Now up is number 26, Alejandro Gomez, who is tonight's DH for the A's. This is his 8th game with the team. Has recorded 3 hits and also had 2 RBIs. Brand Wilson will give some signals to his infielders and return back behind the plate. Gomez is a sophomore from Western Oklahoma State, originally from Columbia. And he will show bunt, and this one's perfectly placed on the first base line. Brand Wilson picks it up, but Crawford runs over to cover the first base bag and get the first out.
Well, it'll go down as a sacrifice bunt, and it did its intended job there, which is move those runners over to second and third base, avoid that double play ball, and now you've got 2 runners in scoring position with only 1 out on the board.
Now up is number 1, Trace Copper, the right fielder out of Cimarron, Kansas. He's got runners at third and second with 1 out. And the first pitch there is going to miss outside and low. And the count is 1 ball, no strikes. Copper's now played in 9 games with the A's. He's recorded 3 RBIs. And the next pitch misses outside. He's ahead 2-0. Arturo Blanquense is the final batter in the A's order. He's on deck. After that, they'll go back to the top of their order. And Copper's ahead 3-0 against Fredrich. A walk here would load the bases. Here's the 3-0. And that one's low and inside, and the bases are now loaded as that's a 4-pitch walk for Trace Copper. And Keith Harper's going to make his way out to the mound for a meeting with Fredrich. There's only 1 out, and the bases are now loaded. And the next batter is the freshman from Dodge City, Arturo Blanquense.
This is the right situation to go ahead and go have a chat with Fredrich on the mound. Make sure everything's feeling all right. Make sure he's comfortable with this stuff and comfortable in the situation he's presented with here. He's not pitching a bad game right now. He's just struggling to find his groove a little bit here. And I would imagine that Keith Harper's goal here with this conversation is to let him settle back into things.
And it's not the end of the world if the Larks play from behind. They've done so in 9 games this season. This would be the 10th if Dodge can bring a run home this inning. So it's just making sure that he's comfortable on the mound and focused on getting those last 2 outs.
It's funny you say they've played from behind in 9 of their games. They've only played 16 games this year. So if you do the math, that's more than half of the games this season they've played from behind. And not sure if all you folks are back home are fully aware, but the Larks are still undefeated up to this point. So I'm going to knock on wood when I say that, but regardless, they've been playing some good baseball this season.
So Harper will walk back to the dugout, and Sammy Fredrich will face Arturo Blanquense. Blanquense is one of 3 international players for the A's. He's originally from Tijuana, Mexico. Swinging and missing at the first pitch. He's down 0-1.
This is where Fredrich really has to dial it in here. A strikeout would be huge on this batter.
The runner at third is Morehouse. At second is Phillips. And Copper's over at first. Next pitch misses outside, evening the count up at 1-1. And I got to make a correction in there. The runner at third is Jaden Moreno. He's the courtesy runner for Aiden Morehouse because he is playing catcher tonight. Wilson puts his glove down low, and there's another swing and another miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Blanquense.
It's a great pitch there from Fredrich. Was able to just pinpoint that inner half of the zone and got him on the fastball. Was way behind that pitch, and Fredrich really has a high-velocity fastball. It makes it hard for hitters to track it all the way in.
Fredrich comes set, sends the ball to the plate, and this one will be popped up in foul territory. Norman goes after it near the dugout, and that will land in the dugout as he was reaching his glove out.
The other ideal situation here for the Larks is to go ahead and try and turn a double play ball. Obviously, the strikeout's the easier route here, but for the Larks, they're not going to say no to a double play ball here either in a situation like this. But Fredrich has done a pretty nice job in this at-bat here against Blanquense.
Here's the 1-2, and that's going to be the second ball of the at-bat as that one missed up high. Again, Fredrich is in new territory with this role in the Larks. He's had more starts than relief appearances, and he was a relief pitcher at Gateway Community College in 8 games this last season. And now Blanquense is going to work against a full count as another one misses the strike zone.
This is a very important pitch here. 3-2 count. Obviously has to be either in the zone or near it, but doesn't want to give up anything easy in the middle.
Here's the payoff pitch, and there's another swing and a miss. And there's the second strikeout of the game for Sammy Fredrich as the A's are set to go back to the top of their order.
Excellent composure there from Sammy Fredrich. Didn't let the moment get to him. Had the bases loaded, a full count at the plate, and was still able to execute and deliver for this Larks squad, now securing the second out of the inning.
So the A's go back to the top of their order with Angel Vasquez, who had the double on a full count. He fouls off the first pitch for strike 1. The 3 runners got on from a single and 2 walks. Fredrich deals the next pitch, and there it is, another swing and another miss. Angel Vasquez is down 0-2.
Well, I don't know what Keith Harper's words of wisdom were when he walked down to the mound earlier to go have a chat with Fredrich, but whatever it was, it seemed to do the job because Fredrich has really dialed in on his command right now.
And it looks like time's going to be called for a second. I was wondering if Brand Wilson, if the ball hit him, if contact was made by Vasquez.
Yeah, based on what Wilson is kind of signaling over to the trainer is that it may have hit him in his calf, right where the shin guard doesn't reach. And may have just been a stinger type deal where he's got to walk it off, let it kind of shake itself out, and it looks like he's all good to go now.
2 strikes, no balls, and it's a three-pitch strikeout against Angel Vasquez, and it leaves all base runners stranded for the A's. And there's still no score going into the bottom half of the second inning. After 3 runners were left stranded in the top of the second inning, there's still no score in this one. But we'll see if the Larks can change that in the bottom of the second. Tanner Norman is heading up to the plate to face off against the starter, Blake Pacheco. And Norman is tonight's 8th Street Liquor Beverage batter, and he's coming off of a 2-for-5 performance last night. The 2 hits were a single and then 1 of the 4 home runs.
Well, after the defensive effort from the Larks there in that inning, I am really hoping to see some of that defense now translate into offense here for the Larks.
Pacheco delivers the first pitch, and it finds the low part of the strike zone, and he gets ahead 0-1 to start the inning. He's followed by Tabor Stokes and Braden Cox. And then after that is the 9-hole batter, Austin Crawford. The 0-1 goes to the plate, and that's high and outside. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Tanner Norman. That home run last night by Norman was his first of the season. In the 50 games that he played in at Murray State Community College this year, he had 14 home runs, which gave him a .742 slugging percentage, and he hits a fly ball into right field, and Trace Copper gets under it for the first out. With that 1 out, the next batter is number 6, Tabor Stokes. Playing at shortstop for the 2nd game in a row. Correction, this is actually the 3rd game in a row that he's playing shortstop. He had a big performance as well last night, 3 for 4. All those hits were base hits, but he recorded 2 RBIs and 4 runs. With 1 out, he'll lead the first pitch outside for a ball. The next 2 batters, Braden Cox and Austin Crawford, were not in the lineup last night. Cox didn't play, but Crawford was a courtesy runner for the catcher last night, Dylan LaRue. And he scored 1 run. 2 balls and no strikes now to Tabor Stokes with 1 out. Blake Pacheco sends the ball to the plate, and that one misses down low as well. 3-0 now to Tabor Stokes.
A little surprised Pacheco hasn't gone back to the inner half of the plate. He did a really nice job at leveraging that there in that first plate appearance from Tanner Norman, which really jammed him up on that fly ball out to right field. It was kind of a jam shot that allowed him to secure that easy out.
Here's the 3-0, and that one's high and inside, and there is Tabor Stokes' 40th walk of his Larks career. With a runner on and one out, Braden Cox comes up now to the plate. His 7th time in playing for the Larks this season as a batter or a courtesy runner. Excuse me, I'm trying to get my words out. He's recorded 5 hits and 14 at-bats. Stokes takes a short lead at first base. He stole 2 bases last night. And the first pitch to Braden will find the strike zone to begin the count 0-1. Cox does a couple practice swings and awaits the next pitch from the freshman from Jacksonville, Florida, Blake Pacheco. He throws back over to first base, and the throw's not in time. The Larks have already attempted 1 steal tonight. That came from Braden Hebner going from first to second, and no throw was made on that play.
Stokes is another one of those speedsters in this Larks roster. I wouldn't be surprised if they have him get a little aggressive here on the base paths.
Next pitch is high and inside for the first ball to Braden Cox. I mentioned he's recorded 5 hits this season, but all those have came in a 3-game stretch from June 14th to June 21st. Pacheco goes outside on that one, and there's ball 2. He's walked 1 Lark and also struck out another one. Both of those came in the first inning, and Tabor Stokes was his 2nd walk. Here's the pitch to untie the count, and that misses low and inside for ball 3.
Seems like Pacheco, ever since that first at bat from Tanner Norman, has really struggled with his command here in this inning so far. We'll see if he can kind of rein it back in. Otherwise, this Larks team is going to really take advantage of that, as they are very disciplined hitters.
The catcher wants this one right down the middle. Pacheco delivers it, and that one misses on the inside corner again for ball 4.
It's very rare you see this Larks team really chasing after pitches. And on a pitch like that, you got a 3-1 count. You're really trying to kind of dot a corner of the strike zone, and not even really generate a swing and a miss. You just want to get to that full count, so then you can try to go for that strikeout pitch. But I think this is a smart decision here from Morehouse to go have a chat with Pacheco on the mound.
So they will talk things over before facing Austin Crawford. After this, the Larks will go back to the top of their lineup with Braden Hebner and Trent Baker. Crawford was the courtesy runner last night for Dylan LaRue and Dylan Hazelhorse, who made 2 appearances at the end of the game. But Crawford's back in the lineup tonight in the 9-hole spot.
A dangerous section of the lineup coming up here to face Pacheco. He's really got to home things in here with runners on first and second.
Pacheco will deliver the pitch, and that one goes inside, but it finds the strike zone, making the count 0-1.
There's a good slider there over the inner half of the plate. It's really difficult as a left-hander to hit a slider off of a right-handed pitcher just because of the nature of a right versus left matchup.
Pacheco comes set and delivers the 0-1, and this one's hit into center field. Velasco goes after it, and he makes the catch and almost ran into his left fielder, Amador, and they will throw it down to third base, and they turn a double play and end the inning. As Tabor Stokes tagged up, he tried to make the run down to third, but was unsuccessful in doing so, and that will bring an end to the 2nd inning. Still no score here at Larks Park. Welcome back to Larks Park for the top of the third inning. As Yael Amador leads things off for the A's. Still facing Sammy Fredrich. Was able to keep the bases loaded in the last inning. The A's only had one hit in the second, and in the first inning they had 2 hits and left 1 runner stranded in that one. On a 1-0 count, this one's hit high into the air, and it's going to go out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike to Amador. And Frederich's next pitch is on the way, and it's low and inside, tying the count up at 2-1. Amador flew out to right field in his first appearance. That was the play that got Vasquez out at home as he tagged up and was unable to score the first run. Amador now sets at a 3-1 count. And Fredrich will deliver a pitch that's fouled off and fielded over by the third base coach for the A's. That's Jeremiah McCollum, who's also their head coach. And it's a full count. Fredrich gets set to deliver the payoff pitch, and here it comes. And that one got the outside part of the plate, according to the umpire. Amador's surprised that they called that one a strike, but either way, that's out number 1.
Well, Fredrich dealing strikes with authority up there on the hill. Excellent pitch location there. For Amador, if it's close, you got to take a hack at it. You got to protect the plate in a situation like that, especially when you're down on the count like he was.
Up now is Max Irwin. He recorded the second hit of the game. He has 7 now this summer, and he starts with a 1-0 count. Irwin's a freshman from Coffeyville Community College. Scored 40 runs, and his average with the Red Ravens was .349 this season. Count now stands at 1-1 as Fredrich goes to go get his hat. Up next for the A's is Isaiah Velasco, and Aiden Morehouse is on deck. Fredrich kicks and deals the 1-1, and this one's hit over to Rainer Bean, and he wasn't able to get it. It went into the glove of Tabor Stokes, who was right behind him. And I believe they're going to list that one as an error as Irwin's over at first base.
Yeah, I think that's the right call there to go ahead and list that as an error. That was certainly a pretty routine ball there for Bean over there on third base, and I'm sure that he's going to want to try and make up for that here on the next play.
Up now is number 21, Isaiah Velasco. The graduate from Sylmar, California. In the left-handed box facing the right-handed arm of Sammy Fredrich. And the throw goes back to first base, but the tag was not applied in time. And Fredrich is going to try again, but was unsuccessful in doing so. Velasco's trying to rebound from a strikeout in the first inning, which was also the final out. Fredrich delivers the first pitch, and that one's left upstairs. 1 ball and no strikes. Velasco was a pitcher in last night's game. He went for 2 innings. Or he went for the final 2 innings, that is. And now he's going to work with a 1-1 count, as that was a called strike by Ben Cutley.
And Velasco not happy with that call there as he walks out of the box, shaking his head no after that pitch. They've got to be careful as to not get thrown out of the game doing something like that.
Fredrich goes outside on that one, and it just missed the zone. Tying the count up, 2 balls and 1 strike. Velasco's recorded 6 hits this summer, and another throwback to first base. That was the 3rd time that Fredrich has thrown back trying to get Irwin out. But again, he was unsuccessful in doing so.
That was close. He almost got him there. Irwin was lucky he had that arm just barely into first base.
Frederick is now down 3-1, targeting the outside corner.
We've seen him go there on the last two pitches. I'd be surprised here if we don't see him try to go back inside with this next pitch.
He's walked 2 already tonight. And there's number 3 as Velasco decided not to take a swing at it. And he's over at first base, and Irwin moves to second. Up now is the catcher, number 34, Aiden Morehouse, the senior from Eastern New Mexico. He singled in the second inning and was the runner that was left stranded over at third. Frederick sends the ball to the plate, targeting the outside again. That will be called ball 1.
This is where Fredericks just has to forget about the guys on base and focus on the batter at the plate.
He takes a look back at second, sends the ball to the plate, and this one's fouled over to the third base side, and there's Jeremiah McCollum again to field it and give it over to Keith Harper.
I would say get that guy a glove and get him on the field, but I don't even think he needs a glove based on that play right there.
He is a former college player. I think he actually played at Florida A&M, where he currently coaches. He's showing that he's still got it.
That's no joke.
1 ball and 1 strike is the count, and now it's tied up as Morehouse decided not to take a swing at that one. Wilson centers his glove. And here comes the 2-1, and that's outside. And that's 3 balls once again now for the A's. Morehouse has walked 7 times in his last 4 games. Awaiting the next pitch from the sophomore from Las Vegas. Frederick's pitch is going to go outside again. And that is going to be called ball 4, and the bases are loaded for the second inning in a row. Larks will not have a meeting yet, but Tanner Norman's going to come over and talk to Sammy Frederick, and now Keith Harper is making his way out there. The Larks have a couple pitchers currently warming up at the moment, trying to get a look at who those are. The pitcher currently warming up is number 4, Carson Lyles. And Hank Brown is currently in the dugout, or in the bullpen as well. But Harper's going to allow Fredericks to stay in the game to get these last 2 outs and try to keep the runners stranded for another inning.
Well, he was able to get it done last inning. We'll see if he can have a repeat of the second inning here. I mean, he looked really good at the end of that second inning and looked good to start this inning. It's just seems like he's struggling to really find his groove, find his flow, and it's so important for pitchers in today's game that obviously in this league you don't rely on a pitch clock, but when you are relying on a pitch clock, which is what all these guys are used to, they have to find the rhythm. They have to find a flow, and so I think for Fredericks it's just settling into that flow and really just trusting in his stuff.
And Dodge City needs some runs if they want to compete with the Larks tonight. If they're unable to get any of those 3 runners home here in the third, that's seven runners left stranded in 3 innings. Jaden Moreno's back over at first base as a courtesy runner. And Phillips is ahead with 1 ball in his second appearance. He was walked on a full count in the second inning and was left stranded at second. The next pitch is on the way from Frederick, and this one's hit into center field. Running after it is Baker, and this one's going to drop down. He's going to try to throw over to second base, and that play's made in time. But that will still be listed as a single for Jackson Phillips and an RBI along with it.
Well, there's really not much that Morehouse could really do on that play because he had to tag up in that situation just because of the nature of that pop fly going over to shallow left center field. And he wasn't able to make that decision whether or not it was going to drop down into the outfield soon enough to go ahead and run over to second. And it was just kind of a weird situation there for him.
Now up is number 26, Alejandro Gomez. The sophomore from Western Oklahoma State will let the first one go by, and that's ball one. It rolled away from Brand Wilson, but he kept it in front of him, and he gives it back up to Sammy Fredrich. Fredrich comes set, deals the pitch, and that's a swing and a miss. And Gomez's guard on his elbow flew off as he missed that pitch. It'll take some time to let him put it back on, and he's going to go back into the right-handed box. Here comes the pitch from Fredrich, and that one misses down low. 2 balls and 1 strike ties the count up. He's working with runners at the corners. Phillips is at first. He brought home the first run. And Isaiah Velasco is at third. And now Gomez is up with 3 balls as he leaves that one high and outside. Again, the Larks have Carson Lyles currently warming up in the left field bullpen. He takes a peek back over at first base. And this one's going to be a line drive going out of play right behind the black fence. And that will lead to a full count. Fredrich has faced 3 full counts already, 1 in each inning. He's given up a hit and a walk, but also recorded a strikeout at the start of this inning. This one's popped up on the infield. Fredrich will field it, and he waited to get it. I think he was trying to see if that one would bounce foul, but it stayed fair, and that's going to bring home the second run for the A's.
I think he thought that play, that the ball, I guess the pop-up on that play had more carom, more spin on that ball than it really did. And I almost wonder if he was just anticipating that ball to go foul and try the full count again. But he really could have had a pretty easy out at home if he would have just picked up that ball. I just don't know if he was aware of where that runner was coming from home from third.
The rest of the Larks infield is coming in. And it looks like Carson Lyles is going to step off the mound in the bullpen. And he's going to check into the game now as the Larks trail 2-0. We'll be back in just a moment for the remainder of the top of the third here on the Larks Network. The Larks throw Sammy Frederich for 2 2/3 innings tonight and bring in number 4 Carson Lyles to get the last out in the top of the third as the A's have jumped out to a 2-0 lead, scoring Max Irwin and Isaiah Velasco, and they have runners at second and first. This is Lyles' 5th game with the Larks. And he will deal the first pitch, and it's a line drive into left field, and Hebner's unable to make a diving play, and this one's going to go back to the wall. They'll score 1. A second runner's coming home from third, and that's a 2 RBI triple for Trace Copper. That was Copper's first hit of the season, and it was a triple that cleared the bases and put him 90 feet away from home plate.
That was certainly a big-time hit there for Copper, really padding this lead here for the Dodge City A's, and that's what they're going to have to do if they want to hang with this Larks team.
Coming up now is the 9-hole batter, Arturo Bonquense. He struck out on a full count in the second inning, and he's the 8th batter at the plate here in the third. We'll give Trace Copper a second to get his helmet back on. It looks like it flew off when he was running around the base path. Again, that was his first hit of the summer, and he adds his 4th and 5th RBI to his season totals. First pitch is fouled back from Bonquense, and the count is 0-1. Angel Vasquez is on deck for the A's. And Lyles deals the pitch. This one rolls away from Wilson. And on the pass ball, that's going to score the 5th run of the game and this inning. And now Bonquense will work with empty bases. Count is even at 1-1 to the shortstop. Lyles goes inside, and that one missed the zone. And it now becomes 2-1. Brandon Wilson puts his glove on the low outside corner, and that will be called ball 3. Lyles deals the 3-1. That's a line drive, and it gets past Rainer Bean. He tried making a diving play, and that one's going to roll to Braden Hebner, who will pick it up right in front of the 322-foot sign in the left field corner. And that's another hit to keep the inning alive.
That thing was a bullet down the third base line. That thing had a lot of speed coming off that ball, and there was no doubt that was going to be down for a base hit. There was not much that Rainer Bean could do to try and make a stop there to keep that thing from going out into the outfield.
That's 4 straight hits now for the A's. And Angel Vasquez is up as he's the only batter that hasn't been at the plate this inning. Lyles goes to his slider and gets ahead 0-1. Vasquez starts 1 for 2 tonight with a strikeout on an 0-2 count and a double as the first batter of the game.
That's where the Larks have to be on damage control. Try to limit the amount of runs that the Dodge City A's will drive in here for the remainder of this inning.
This time Lyles gets in the zone. And again, Vasquez faces an 0-2 count. The A's have gone through their entire lineup in this inning, and Vasquez was the final out of the second. Here's the 0-2, and it's a swing and a miss for out number 3. But the A's have put some runs together. They score 5, which includes a 2 RBI triple from Trace Copper. And we'll see what the Larks can do when we come back. 5 runs on 4 hits give the A's the first lead of tonight's game. But we'll see what the Larks can do right here as they're back to the top of their order with number 20, Braden Hebner, followed by Trent Baker and Rainer Bean. This is the 10th game this season that the Larks have started from behind. And they'll need to put some runs together here against Blake Pacheco. Has pitched a no-hitter so far, and he starts 0-1 against Hebner. Hebner walked in the first inning, made it all the way to third, and he fouls the next one off and out of play. 0 balls and 2 strikes. Hebner has a .373 batting average and .493 on base percentage. And the pitch goes to the plate, and that's high and inside for the first ball. Hebner had to duck out of the way a little bit. And he gets set to go back into the batter's box in search of the Larks' first hit. Morehouse centers his glove, and that one misses outside for ball 2. So far in tonight's game, the Larks have left 3 runners stranded, 2 in the first and 1 in the second. Pacheco kicks and deals, and Hebner fouls that one out of play, going into the parking lot. This next pitch will be the 6th of the current at-bat. So far tonight, Pacheco's gotten 1 strikeout, and he's walked 3 Larks batters. The 2-2 on the way is a swing and a miss, and he gets another strikeout, and also the first out of the bottom of the 3rd inning. Coming up to the plate now for the Larks is number 2, Trent Baker. In his 7th game in the batting order. This is also his first time in the batting order in over a week. He batted 7th in the 2nd game of the series against Dodge City. And with 1 out, he is down 0-1. Baker takes some practice swings with his bat, awaits the pitch. Pacheco delivers it, and that one's also going to be fouled back into the net for strike 2. Baker was the first batter that Pacheco struck out in the 1st inning. Morehouse puts his glove down low, and Baker fouls another one off into the parking lot of doom to stay alive. Baker just taking his time as he steps back into the box. He's trying to extend a 5-game hit streak and also help get the Larks on the board. He'll hit this one into center field. Running up on it is Velasco. Copper goes after it as well, and he's the one that calls for it and makes the catch to get out number 2 on the right field scoreboard.
The wind certainly not doing any of the hitters' favors tonight. That flagpole out in left field is really whipping pretty strong. It's been windy pretty much all day. I think once the sun starts to come down, I think that we might see the wind die down just a little bit. But until then, I think hitters are really going to struggle to drive the ball any deeper than really middle of the outfield.
I feel like also with Kansas wind, it doesn't help with the temperature as well. I mentioned it was 95 degrees at first pitch, feels like 97. The wind doesn't help either, especially on a turf field.
A lot of times you think of the wind as something that's going to cool you off, but in Kansas, sometimes that can be the polar opposite. Sometimes it makes the weather and the temperature that much warmer. So today, let's just say it's certainly the latter of the two.
Rainer Bean faces an 0-1 count, fouling back the first pitch. and is dealt ball one on the next one as Blake Pacheco goes upstairs. Pacheco's having a lot of improvement since his first time pitching against the Larks, which was down in Cavalier Field on June 22nd. He only had 3 strikeouts in that game and gave up 10 hits. Now in tonight's game, he has yet to give up a hit, and he works with 2 outs in the third. There's a large gap between the shortstop and the second baseman for Rainer Bean. The pitch goes to the plate, and he'll hit it in that spot, but a little bit too slow. It goes into the glove of Pacheco, and there's out number 3. So the A's will go up 5-0 in the third inning and are back to Yael Amador in the top of the fourth. Welcome back to Larks Park as we start at the top of the fourth inning. And I'm going to throw things over now to Eli until the 6th.
We welcome you back, folks. Yael Amador, the left fielder, leads things off for the Dodge City A's. He swings and misses at the first pitch from Carson Lyles. Lyles came in as a reliever for Sammy Fredrich, who ended his day after pitching 2 2/3 innings, allowing 5 hits, 2 runs, 4 earned runs on 4 strikeouts and 4 base on balls as the 0-1 misses outside to Amador. Amador 0 for 2 on the outing. Flew out to right field his first at bat and struck out in his last at bat as he takes the strike call on the inner half of the plate there. 1 ball and 2 strikes now the count. The pitch from Lyles. Curveball up in the zone. It's popped up into deep right field. Backing up on the track is Keenan. He gets underneath it, makes the grab, and there's 1 away. So that's 2 times now that Amador has flown out to right field. And he'll move to 0-3 on the evening as that'll bring up Max Irwin, the third baseman now. Irwin 1 for 1 on the evening as he hit into an error last time up. Hit that ball over to the third baseman, Bean, who wasn't able to gather the ground ball. Now a check swing will be called a strike, so the appeal won't matter as Irwin will start the count 0-1. Lyles comes set. Turns his foot, deals the 0-1. That one's chopped down the first base line. There to field it is Norman. He grabs the ball, steps on first base, and there's 2 away. That brings up the center fielder, number 21, Isaiah Velasco. 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Struck out his first at bat and reached on a base on balls his last time up. Made it all the way home last trip on the base paths. He accounts for 1 of the 5 runs that the Dodge City A's have scored in this contest. As Velasco makes contact on the first pitch, he fouls it way out of play. Count moves to 0-1. Miles turns his foot, deals the 0-1. Velasco lets that one by over the outer half of the plate for strike 2.
He's got to be careful here because he had 2 strikes when he struck out in the first inning and only 1 when he walked.
Lyles deals. The 0-2 swung on and missed. Wilson fields the ball on the drop third strike. He throws it over to third base, and Carson Lyles secures another strikeout on the outing. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the 4th inning. We go to the bottom of the 4th, and the Larks up to bat next. We welcome you back to Larks Park. Larks trail it here in this one, 5-0 against the visiting Dodge City A's, as they look to keep their undefeated season alive. 16-0 the mark right now. They look to progress to 17-0, but to do it, they're going to have to rally back here in this one, as we are in the bottom of the 4th now. Brand Wilson will be the leadoff batter for the Larks. Had a base on balls his first time up in the bottom of the 1st inning. So on paper, he's 0 for 1, but did reach base, and that is a positive for the Larks. He'll look to improve on that here as he gets ready to step up to the plate.
And this would be the perfect time to do it, too, coming off of a 3 up, 3 down inning from Carson Lyles. You slowly shift the momentum in your favor by doing so, and if you can get some hits together with this home crowd, that helps as well.
It's a very full house tonight at Larks Park. There is really no empty seats here in the ballpark tonight. As Brand Wilson drives one out to right field, it'll dribble into the mitt of Copper. Brand Wilson has a leadoff single, and just like you said, Hank, now's the time to do it. Brand Wilson must have been listening to us up here in the booth. A runner on first now for the Larks, and we'll have a courtesy runner come in for Brand Wilson. It looks to be Cade Green over there on first base. That brings up the right fielder, Sean Keenan. Grounded out to Blake Pacheco his first time up. Kind of a slow roller to the pitcher. Was able to just field it cleanly and throw it over to first, and he'll look to put a little bit more juice on it this time up, as now the wind is pretty much blowing straight out of dead center based on the flag out in left field. Pacheco looks back to first base. The pickoff move not in time, as Brand Wilson slides back into first base safely. Keenan, the 5-hole hitter, steps back into the left-handed batter's box. Pacheco deals. The first pitch missing just outside. 1 ball and no strikes the count. Keenan, a freshman at Murray State Community College and native of Lewisville, Texas. He waits the 1-0. Pacheco throws back over to first again. Second time this at bat he's done so. Brand Wilson once again sliding back into first base, and another close call there over at first. 1 ball and no strikes. Keenan steps back into the batter's box. And now I think Brand Wilson calling, no, not Brand Wilson, apologies, Cade Green, of course, the courtesy runner. Now I think calling time, maybe trying to get rid of a piece of equipment over there on first base. Home plate umpire grants him time. We'll do it all over again. Keenan steps back in. Pacheco shakes his head no, now finds the pitch he wants. Deals the 1-0. That one's ripped down the first base line. It goes into foul territory. 1 ball and 1 strike to count now to Sean Keenan. Nobody out. Larks trailing 5-0 here in the bottom of the 4th. 1 ball and 1 strike. The count to the right fielder, Sean Keenan. Pacheco likes what he sees from the catcher, Morehouse. The 1-1. Misses down and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. Keenan looking to piece together a rally here for the Larks with a runner on first. Pacheco comes set. He pitches out of the stretch from the right-hand side. He throws back to first base, and Green slides in safely once again. 2 balls and 1 strike remains the count. Pacheco shakes his head. Deals the 2-1. Runner goes. Green, a head first slide over to second. They'll call him out at second base. Green can't believe it. Nor can the Larks' third base coach, and he'll take a trip back to third base as he shakes his head. No, he can't believe it. Still in disbelief that he was thrown out at second base. Now the Larks have nobody on with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th.
It looked like Blinkense put his glove right in front of the bag as he was sliding across, and that's when he applied the tag.
3 balls and 1 strike to count to Keenan. The pitch from Pacheco. This one's fouled into the netting. Count moves to 3-2 now to Keenan. The Larks wearing their throwback uniforms tonight, having that off-white cream color as the color of the top and the bottom of their uniform, with a thin blue stripe running down the pant leg. Navy blue numbers on the back. The red interlocking HL on the left chest pocket. Of course, their number again on the front on the bottom right-hand side. The payoff pitch for Pacheco. Misses outside. It'll be another base on balls, or excuse me, a base on balls for Pacheco. That'll send Sean Keenan down to first base. That brings up the 8th Street Liquor Beverage batter, batting in the 6th hole spot, Tanner Norman, the first baseman. 0 for 1 on the night. Flew out to right field his first time up. Larks still looking to piece together the rally they need to pull themselves back in this contest. Pacheco takes a couple looks back to first base. Deals the first pitch of the at-bat to Norman. This one's grounded over to the second baseman, Vasquez. They try to turn 2. They won't. Tanner Norman outruns the throw from the shortstop, Blanquense, after throwing out Sean Keenan at second base. So that'll go down as a fielder's choice for Tanner Norman, And there's 2 down now here in the bottom of the 4th with the 7-hole hitter Tabor Stokes up to the plate. Stokes steps into the right-handed batter's box. The first pitch to him is high and inside. It'll straighten him up in the box. 1 ball and no strikes, the count. Stokes, his last time up, reached on a base on balls and then was thrown out over at third base on an incredible throw from center field on a pop out. The 1-0 is drilled right up the middle. That's down for a base hit, and the Larks have runners on first and second after Tabor Stokes has a single here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
In these situations where you're playing from behind and you have a lot of game left, you just have to go to those simple hits, advancing 1 runner each base until you eventually find yourself back to the position you want to be at.
Stokes made good contact on that pitch and was able to just drill it out into center field. There was really no contest for the center fielder Velasco to try and come in and haul that one in, especially with as strong as the wind is here this evening. That brings up the 8-hole hitter Braden Cox, the designated hitter tonight for the Larks. First pitch to him is a slider that reaches over the outer half of the plate for a strike. The Dodge City A's wearing their forest green uniforms with yellow accents on the sleeves with gray bottoms, with the word Dodge City across the chest in white. White numbers on the front and back of the uniform. The 0-1. Drops into the strike zone once again. That one hitting just at the knees of Braden Cox. No balls and 2 strikes to the designated hitter. Runners on first and second for the Larks. Pacheco takes a look back to second base. Norman's correction, that's Stokes over at first base. And then Norman over at second. The 0-2 missing outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes, the count to Cox. Pacheco nods his head, takes a look back to second base. Now deals the 1-2. That one's fouled out of play as it slices out near the bullpen for the Athletics. 1 ball and 2 strikes, the count. Cox steps back into the batter's box. Waves his bat through the zone. Pacheco shakes his head no a couple times. Now nods his head yes as he's found the pitch. The 1-2. Got him looking over the outer half of the plate. Strike 3, and that's out number 3 for the Larks in the bottom of the 4th. The Larks strand 2 batters on the base paths on 2 hits and no runs scored. 5-0 is the score going into the top of the 5th inning. We welcome you back to Larks Park. Carson Lyles, after 1 1/3 innings of work, stays on the hill for another inning. Went 1-2-3 in the last inning of work in the top of the 4th inning, as the Larks tried to rally behind that in the bottom of the 4th, but were unsuccessful. As Carson Lyles looks to do the same thing that he did the last inning, trying to replicate that performance. The first pitch to the leadoff batter, Morehouse, goes outside for ball 1. Morehouse, the catcher, 1 for 2 on the evening. Had a single and a base on balls so far in the contest. The 1-0, a slider that drops just outside for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes, the count to Morehouse. Lyles has his right arm dangling just to his side. Now comes set, turns on the rubber, deals the 2-0. Slider gets away from him, goes way out. And Braden Wilson had to dive to try and save that ball from going behind the plate. Got a mid on it, and it almost looked like maybe he tweaked something as the home plate umpire gave him just a moment to kind of recollect himself. The 3-0 pitch. That one well inside, and it's a 4-pitch walk to the 5-hole hitter, Aiden Morehouse. That brings up the first baseman, Jackson Phillips, batting in the 6-hole spot for the Dodge City A's. 1 for 2 in tonight's performance. Had a base on balls his first time up. Had an RBI single in his second appearance. Runner on first with nobody out here in the top of the 5th. Lyles pitching from the stretch now. The first pitch from Lyles is low and outside for ball 1. Lyles takes a look back to first base. Now comes set on the rubber. The 1-0. A curveball missing outside. 2 balls and no strikes. That's 6 straight balls now from Carson Lyles. Lyles will step off the rubber and rub that baseball in his hands. As now Braden Wilson will take a trip to the mound. Keith Harper looking down to the bullpen down that third baseline. I was almost expecting Keith Harper to come out and have a chat with Lyles, but as it stands right now, it looks like it will just remain Lyles and Wilson, as Braden Wilson will give Lyles a couple pats of encouragement. Now Keith Harper will come out to the hill, and he points to the bullpen, and it looks like we'll have a new pitcher on the hill when we come back. It's the top of the 5th. Larks trail at 5-0. We welcome you back to Larks Park. It's a new arm on the hill for the Larks. Hank Brown wearing number 31, the right-hander out of Southern Illinois, Edwardsville, the sophomore pitcher and native of Wellston, Oklahoma, will take to the hill to look to pull this one back together here in the top of the 5th inning. He will inherit a runner over at first base, and it'll remain a 2-0 count to the first baseman, Jackson Phillips, who stands in at the dish. Lyles exits the game on 1 1/3 innings pitched, allowing 2 hits on 3 runs. At the moment, 1 earned run, and with the potential of 1 more over on first base. Walked a batter and had 2 strikeouts. 1 ball and no strikes the count to the batter, Jackson Phillips, although that should be 3-0 if I'm not mistaken. Strike call launches into the zone from the home plate umpire. That should be a 3-1 count now. Scoreboard out in right field not reflecting the correct count at the moment. Swing and a miss on the 3-1 count. A nice pitch there from Hank Brown. He blew the fastball right past him in the zone. Now the payoff pitch for Hank Brown. Nods his head. Runner goes. He deals. Swing and a miss. The throw down to second base is not in time. So now runner in scoring position for the A's as Hank Brown secures his first strikeout of the outing on Jackson Phillips.
And a good job by Brown to fight back against Phillips. And Hank Brown, his first appearance was a week ago today, which was also against Dodge City. So he's seen some of these batters before, and he knows how to work the ball around the zone and approach each appearance.
That brings up Alejandro Gomez, the designated hitter. He is 1 for 2 on the evening. First pitch to him goes outside for ball 1. Alejandro Gomez had a sacrifice bunt in the 2nd inning that advanced both runners to second and third base. And then it had an RBI single in the top of the 3rd. Now a throw back to second base from Brown. He got him out at second base. Brown picks off the runner that was inherited from Carson Lyles. And so Aiden Morehouse was able to steal second, but doesn't get any further than that as he's picked off there on the 1-0 count to Alejandro Gomez. Good awareness there from Hank Brown to throw that one back to second base. Now the 1-0. A slider drops into the zone for strike 1. One ball and 1 strike to count to Gomez. The pitch from Brown. A slow roller over to the shortstop Stokes. The throw to first base is in time. The Larks go 3 up, 3 down despite walking the first batter of the inning. Hank Brown comes in with the heroics, and the Larks leave no one on base. No runs allowed on no hits. They still trail at 5-0 going into the bottom of the 5th. Back in Hayes, Kansas, it's the bottom of the 5th inning. The Larks back up to bat. Blake Pacheco remains on the hill after pitching three hitless and scoreless innings. He gave up his first 2 hits of the night to the Larks in the bottom of the 4th inning to Brand Wilson and Tabor Stokes, who were able to finally get a hit off Blake Pacheco, who so far has pitched lights out here in this contest. As there is another hit. Austin Crawford drills one out into right field. The right fielder, Copper, unable to hold on to it the way that he was hoping. And Copper will round first base and take an extra base. It's a double for for Austin Crawford.
Yeah, the way that one was hit, it looked like it was just going to be your average base hit into right field, but we're at the point where the Larks have to start taking risks, and you saw Crawford do it there.
That was great heads-up base running there from Austin Crawford as he was watching Copper out in right field very closely, and as Copper kind of fumbled with the ball in his offhand, he wasn't able to really corral it so that he could make the throw back into the infield. And Austin Crawford took full advantage of that and traveled all the way over to second base. A leadoff double for him, and it's the top of the order now for the Larks. Braden Hebner stands in the right-handed batter's box. He takes the first pitch inside and low for ball 1. Hebner takes a breath, twirls his black bat through the zone. Now awaits the 1-0. Pacheco looks back to second. Now the pitch. He steps off the rubber, throws back to second base. And Crawford, with really no contest, getting back to second base, standing up. 1-0 remains the count to left fielder Braden Hebner. Hebner, the one-hole hitter for the Larks here this evening. The pitch. Slider misses away. 2 balls and no strikes to Hebner. Hebner, an outfielder for Ball State University. In his sophomore campaign, a native of Evansville, Indiana. Pacheco looks home and comes set. Pitches out of the stretch. Now the right-hander deals. The 2-0 is framed into the zone by the catcher Morehouse. The Larks faithful unhappy with that call there behind the plate. As much as I hate to say it, I think it's going both ways tonight in terms of the strike zone. As long as it's consistent, I think there's only so much you can do. 2-1 count now to Hebner. The pitch from Pacheco. That one just dropping into the zone. The slider just broke just enough when it came to the plate. It looked like it was actually going to hit Hebner, but Hebner just crowds the plate so much that that ball was able to just kind of drop over the inner half of the plate for a strike. Two balls and 2 strikes. Pacheco nods his head yes. Looks back to second base. The pitch. Hebner lets that one go as he has to jump out of the way. Now a full count to Braden Hebner, the left fielder. Pacheco comes set. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Hebner took a big hack at that pitch, and Pacheco was able to blow it right past him. The Larks have a runner on first, and now 1 down after Hebner goes down swinging. That brings up the center fielder, Trent Baker. 0 for 2 in the outing here this evening. Struck out in his first at-bat swinging and flew out to right field in his second at-bat in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Baker waves his bat through the zone. Now waits the first pitch with his bright neon green batting gloves. The first pitch to Baker is well inside. So he has to move his hands out of the way in order to avoid being hit by that pitch. One ball and no strikes the count. Pacheco looks back to second base, now deals the pitch. This one into the turf. 2 balls and no strikes to count. Baker is really the kind of guy you want at the plate here in a situation like this, as he is a veteran hitter that can really drive in runs in big situations when you need him to. Larks looking to keep their undefeated season alive here tonight. The 2-0 pitch from Pacheco. This one well outside. 3 balls and no strikes. That's 3 straight balls to Trent Baker. Pacheco has only given up 3 hits tonight. His third hit just happened just moments ago by Austin Crawford with that leadoff double. Pacheco comes set. Looks back to second base. Deals the 3-0. This one high and away, and it's a 4-ball walk to Trent Baker. Say that one more time for you folks, just in case it didn't come through. That's a 4-ball walk for Trent Baker. He'll make his way down to first base, and now the Larks have runners on first and second. So now Pacheco will have a quick meeting on the mound with Morehouse, the catcher. And up to this point, Pacheco's really pitched a great game so far. As I mentioned, only given up 3 hits so far, all the way into the bottom of the 5th. Across 4 1/3 innings, and that brings up Rainer Bean, the third baseman, who's grounded out twice here this evening.
But Bean's working with 2 runners on, and he had a 3-run home run last night. So while he's put those 2 balls in play already, he's probably due for a big hit here.
This will be a big spot here for Rainer Bean to come through. The first pitch to Bean, a slider that drops into the inner half of the plate for strike 1. That is exactly how Pacheco started the last at-bat against Bean. That slider down and in is really hard to hit for a left-handed batter against a right-handed pitcher. The 0-1 from Pacheco. That one misses away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Last time up, when Bean was up to the plate, they shifted the infield. They shaded them over into left field. At least the shortstop and the third baseman was shaded over to left field. There's a big gap up the middle, and now with the runner on second, that has changed. The 1-1. That one's grounded to the third baseman over to Irwin. The throw over to second base in time, and throws it over to first for the double play. The Larks unable to score in the bottom of the 5th inning. We go to the top of the 6th. 5-0 the score as Dodge City leads it. We welcome you back to Larks Park. The Larks go scoreless in the bottom of the fifth. They'll look to have another defensive stand here in the top of the sixth inning. Hank Brown remains on the hill for the Larks. And leading things off for the Dodge City A's, Trace Copper, the right fielder. Had a 2 RBI triple in the top of the third inning. Reached on a base on balls his first time up. The first pitch to him comes in for a strike. Take just a moment to acknowledge that we've moved our camera this evening from behind home plate up here into the press box. Just due to the wind, the net was really conflicting with the view for you guys, so we figured we'd move it up here, make it a little bit easier for you guys to see back home. The 0-1 a strike, and now it's an 0-2 count to Copper. The pitch is swung on and missed. A drop third strike. The throw from Wilson over to first base is in time. It's a strikeout to Trace Copper. The second of the night for Hank Brown.
Usually on drop third strikes, you'll see guys kind of jog down and just hope for an error to occur, but I think Copper thought that one rolled quite a ways from Wilson, so he was making a dead sprint over to first base.
And it was a close play over there at first base. That pitch did roll quite a ways away from Wilson behind home plate. Now the first pitch to the 9-hole hitter, Arturo Blanconce, the shortstop, is up and in for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to count. Blanconce 1 for 2 in tonight's contest as he fouls that one well out of play. Reached on a single his last time up in the top of the third inning. Blanconce taps his black bat on home plate. Holds it just behind his forest green helmet. Takes a check swing on the 1-1 pitch. They'll say he win, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes now, the count to Blanconce. Hank Brown able to leverage this now as he's got a pitcher's count on a 1-2. The pitch. Missing down and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count to Blanconce. The pitch. That one comes off the tip of Blanconce's bat as it will fly into the parking lot of doom. The count will remain at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Hank Brown will step back onto the hill for another 2-2 count. The pitch. And Brand Wilson was ready to throw it around the horn over to third base after that pitch, and that one came in pretty much right at the knees of Arturo Blanconce. It was a very close call behind home plate. Larks faithful, as I'm sure you can hear, not happy about that decision. And now the 3-2 pitch is swung on and missed. A called third strike. Hank Brown puts up another K here in the top of the 6th inning. That brings up the top of the order for the Dodge City A's, Angel Vasquez, the second baseman. 1 for 3 in the contest. 2 strikeouts and a double so far on the outing. He'll foul away the first pitch, and now the count sits at 0-1. Hank Brown so far faced 2 batters and has recorded 2 outs. And right as I say that, Vasquez wears one on the back of his jersey for a hit by pitch. He'll make his way down to first base. I think many people in this ballpark, including myself, were kind of feeling another 1-2-3 inning to come about for Hank Brown, but unfortunately for him, he loses control of that last pitch as Vasquez has a free base, sound to first base. 2 down, a runner on first, and the 2-hole hitter, Yael Amador, up to the plate. He'll pop one sky high into shallow center. Baker calls off Crawford. He makes the grab. 3 down, they strand 1. Larks trail 5-0 going into the bottom of the 6th. We welcome you back to Larks Park. It's the bottom of the sixth inning. The Larks will try their luck at the plate. So far, haven't found much of it. They've only gotten 3 hits off the flawless performance so far from Blake Pacheco, who's now gone 5 scoreless innings. He'll look to make it 6 here, and I'm sure the Larks have other plans for that, as they are no stranger to playing from behind here this season.
And for the A's in the season series with the Larks, this is around the point where they're start to warm up some new arms and then take their starter out. But tonight they don't have to do that. Blake Pacheco's pitched a really good game, and he can go for way longer than 5.
Brand Wilson up to the dish for the Larks. He'll wear that one right on the back of the jersey. It'll be a hit by pitch to start the inning. That's the second time tonight that Brand Wilson has reached base, and I would expect that we'll see a courtesy runner now come into the game. And we will see just that. I think Cade Green once again will trot his way out to first base. The Larks have a runner on first with nobody out. So Brand Wilson moves to 1-2 on the night. That at bat obviously will not go down on the scorebook as he was hit by a pitch. And Cade Green, for the 3rd time tonight, comes in and courtesy running for Brand Wilson. That brings up Sean Keenan, the right fielder. He stands in a left-handed batter's box and awaits the first pitch. First one down and in. A pass ball will allow Cade Green to easily progress to second base. So now the Larks have a runner in scoring position with nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Pacheco tried to do the same thing he did in the bottom of the 4th inning to Keenan, where he pitches him a slider down and in. He's been really relying on that pitch to a lot of those left-handed batters. He starts the count with a slider down and in, really pretty much to every single left-handed batter we've seen so far. The 1-0 pitch. This one low and over the inner half of the plate for ball 2. Green stands just 180 feet away from being the Larks' first run of the contest. Pacheco nods his head. Looks back to second base, deals the 2-0. This one missing down and in once again. He has really been hugging the inner half of the plate, not wanting Sean Keenan to extend his barrel whatsoever. Keenan will readjust his ankle guard on his front right foot. Take a practice hack, swing that bat with his right arm. Twirl it through the zone a few times. Now holds it just behind his helmet. The 3-0 from Pacheco. That one comes right across the plate. 3 balls and 1 strike now the count.
And if you want to get the runner home in this current at-bat, that's probably the best thing that can happen because you know where the strike zone is now and you know where to swing.
A 3-1 count to the right fielder, Keenan. A decent lead off of second base for Green. Pacheco looks back to second base. Steps off the rubber, throws back to second as Blanquense will hold Cade Green honest over at second base. The count remains 3-1 to Keenan. He'll take another half-hearted practice swing as he steps back into the left-handed batter's box. Pacheco comes set. Pitching out of the stretch. Now deals the 3-1. That one is sliced out into foul territory as it drops in that dirt alley down the third base line. Just underneath the full moon this evening out in left field. Three balls and two strikes. It's a full count now to Sean Keenan. See if Pacheco can come through here for the A's. The payoff pitch. That one well inside. Keenan jumps out of the way, and another pass ball will progress Green over to third base. So he's just 90 feet away from being the first run of the game for the Larks, and that is 2 walks in a row for the starting pitcher, Blake Pacheco. A very hard-fought at-bat for Sean Keenan, and that brings up the first baseman, Tanner Norman, who is no longer the 8th Street Liquor Beverage batter after I heard over the PA system that there was a donor that very generously has now donated half-price concessions this evening. So with that, they have moved away from the 8th Street Liquor Beverage batter promotion this evening, although in spirit, Tanner Norman will remain that this evening, as now Pacheco will have a meeting on the mound with his coaching staff along with the infield. Be interesting to see how long they keep him out on the hill, what that shutdown point is for Blake Pacheco, who so far has pitched 5 scoreless innings up to this point.
I say you don't do it yet, because if you look back at the prior innings, the Larks have had 6 runners stranded and no runs have been scored out of it. So you have the 2 runners stranded now, still with no outs. You just got to see how Pacheco faces against the next batters, and then decide if you want to bring in the pitcher who's currently warming up.
Norman, the first baseman, just moments away from a big position for this Larks order. Norman bats in the 6-hole spot. Takes a breath and steps into the left-handed batter's box. Twirls his black bat through the zone a few times. Awaits the first pitch from Pacheco. That pitch misses outside, a fastball coming about chest high over the right-handed batter's box. Runners on the corners, a 1-0 count to Tanner Norman. Pacheco looks home. Nods back to the catcher, Morehouse. The 1-0. That pitch low, just below the knees to the first baseman, Norman. The count moves to 2 balls and no strikes. Certainly a very gutsy pitch to hold back on, as that was very enticing to Tanner Norman. 2 balls and no strikes the count. Pacheco comes set. The pitch out of the stretch. Misses just barely over the outer half of the plate. 3 balls and no strikes is the count to Tanner Norman. Runners on first and third. A big position here for the Larks, as they could really break this one open if they can get some runners home. As that pitch is well inside, it's ball 4. Cade Green will steal home. And runners on first and second, the Larks have their first run of the game.
And Cade Green advanced all 3 bases because of pitching mistake, or catcher mistakes rather. All 3 advancements were on pass balls, and with a heads up play right there, he gets home.
That's 4 straight walks from the starting pitcher, Blake Pacheco. 2 of which are base on balls. The last 2 batters were both walked. Norman, a 4-pitch walk. And now Happy Trails plays over the loudspeaker as Blake Pacheco's day will come to a close. He had a very excellent outing for the A's. A new pitcher comes to the hill for the Dodge City A's. When we come back, the Larks break onto the scoreboard. They trail at 5-1. We welcome you back to Larks Park. It's a new arm on the hill for the Dodge City A's. Nicholas Gonzalez takes to the rubber for the second time in this series. He made an appearance for the Dodge City A's in Game 1 of the series against the Larks. Gonzalez, a submarine pitcher. We'll have to see how the Larks adjust to a new approach for the Athletics.
And I'm really surprised that they're throwing him after just a 2-day break, but at the same time, he pitched that first game, which the Larks won 4-3. He didn't give up any runs, only one hit, and that was just 3 innings. So he's still, you could say, fresh after only 3 innings, but it's still a little bit surprising that they're putting him back on the mound so quickly.
Pacheco goes 5 innings, allows 3 hits, 1 run on no home runs, 8 base on balls, 4 strikeouts. And now, as of right now, 1 earned run, but the potential of 2 more as Gonzalez has inherited runners on first and second with Tabor Stokes up to the plate. The 0-1 is dribbled down the third base line into foul territory. The ball's on 2 strikes, the count to the shortstop, Stokes. Stokes batting in the 7-hole spot for the Larks. He's reached base twice on 2 plate appearances so far this evening. Reached on a base on balls his first time up and hit a single his last time up in the bottom of the 4th. Gonzalez comes set. The 0-2 came dangerously close to the body of Tabor Stokes. Instead, it'll miss inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes now the count.
And that one was still a little a ways from him, and that's the challenge of facing a submarine pitcher, is that they can put the ball so far inside and then it breaks on its way to the plate.
The 1-2. High in the zone. He got him to bite on it. Wow, what a pitch from Nicholas Gonzalez. That thing had some serious movement on it as Stokes will walk back to the dugout after swinging at a high ball. That brings up the 8-hole hitter, Braden Cox, the designated hitter for the Larks here this evening. Runners on first and second, and 1 down now for the hometown team. The first pitch to the designated hitter, Braden Cox, misses outside for ball 1. Cox, a right-hander out of Colorado Mesa, native of Lawrence, Kansas. As now Nicholas Gonzalez will step off the rubber and make a fake throw over to second base as Sean Keenan will progress his way back to second. Cox also a pitcher for this Larks team. The 1-0 is slider missing outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Something that teams have to be wary of with a submarine pitcher is the velocity isn't going to be nearly as high as a pitcher who pitches in the more orthodox stance. It's something that this Larks team could potentially take advantage of here. As the 2-0 misses outside once again. 3 balls and no strikes, the count to Braden Cox. Runners on first and second, one down here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Larks trailing at 5-1 after Cade Green was able to trot his way home on a pass ball to score the first run of the contest for the Larks. The 3-0. Right up the pipe. 3 balls and 1 strike, the count to Braden Cox. Braden Cox keyholing a little bit there on that pitch. Is on a 3-0 count, there's no sense at swinging at something that's not there.
And I'm going to note real fast with Gonzalez being in the game. This is the 4th time in the last 6 games the Larks have seen a submarine pitcher. They've seen him. They've seen Gonzalez 3 times in the 5 games played so far. Plus, they saw another submarine pitcher when they faced the BTL Hornets.
The 3-1 misses outside, and Braden Cox will have a base on balls, and that's 3 runners on the base paths now, all 3 of which have reached base on a walk. So Braden Cox makes his way down to first. The bases are juiced, and Austin Crawford, the second baseman, steps into the left-handed batter's box. A big spot here for Austin Crawford as a grand slam would tie this game up. The first pitch to Crawford just over the outer half, and the Larks faithful in disbelief. They're certainly expressing their displeasure. No balls and a strike to Crawford, the 9-hole hitter for the Larks. The pitch from Gonzalez. That one inside on the hands of Crawford. It's popped up well out of the ballpark. No balls and 2 strikes to the lefty, Crawford. The 0-2 from Gonzalez. That one sliced foul and out of play. It tails off behind the concession stand out into the green space. No balls and 2 strikes. The count to the second baseman. Gonzalez looks home. Now comes set as he pitches out of the stretch. The 0-2. That one outside over the right-handed batter's box, and the count moves to 1-2 as Crawford looks to battle back. Submarine pitcher certainly in a jam right now with the bases loaded. Crawford with a big opportunity now to break this game open. The 1-2. Crawford thought about it but let it go over the right-handed batter's box once again. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Crawford was pretty pleased with himself that he let that one go as he was nodding his head yes after he stepped out of the left-handed batter's box. Gonzalez looks home. Now comes set on the rubber. He deals the 2-2. Got him on the inner half of the plate. A backwards K for Nicholas Gonzalez. That was a very important strikeout for the A's.
He was having trouble finding the zone on the outside, so the solution to that is go inside, and now they put 2 outs on the board.
Braden Hebner, the left fielder, steps up to the plate now. Also with an opportunity to break this game open, but now with 2 outs. A sacrifice fly will not get the job done now for the Larks. It's got to be either a base hit or a home run for Hebner to drive somebody home. Or I suppose right there, a hit by pitch. And that one didn't look like that felt very good for Hebner as that one nailed the back of his calf, maybe even near his Achilles, that back right Achilles, right where you don't have an ankle guard. And I'm sure that one didn't feel very good, but he'll take it as that will be a hit by pitch and an RBI for Braden Hebner.
Yeah, I think that did hit his Achilles just because of his reaction. That's definitely not a spot that you want to get hit at. But my mind was originally thinking he's looking for a big hit to try to give the Larks a chance to get within one, or if he had a grand slam there, he would have tied the game up. But I think that hit him on the heel.
The go-ahead run at the plate now, it's Trent Baker, and he has a pitch thrown right at his head. He ducks out of the way, but the Submarine pitcher Noah Gonzalez came very close to nailing Trent Baker on that pitch. You wonder how much gas does Gonzalez have in the tank now, as he's become a little bit sporadic here on these last two pitches. The 1-0 pitch to Baker. He hones it right back in. It comes over the outer half of the plate for strike one. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count to Baker. Baker, a veteran for this Larks team. Someone that you certainly want up in a situation like this. The 1-1. Baker leaves it outside, just below knee high. I think that one could have been a strike if it would have been slightly higher in the zone, as it came across right over the outer half of the plate. Baker also shaking his head yes.
I'm starting to catch on now, and I wonder if the pitchers are going to start doing it too. The home plate umpire wants it more inside for it to be a strike.
The 2-1. Swing and a miss. A big hack from Baker. He was just underneath that ball. He timed it almost perfectly, but it was so far inside that I think even if he would have made contact, it would have been a pop-up or a foul ball. Bases remain loaded. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count to Baker. Gonzalez comes set. A big pitch now for him. The delivery outside for ball 3. Three balls and 2 strikes. A full count to Baker. Gonzalez looks home. An important spot here for him. The payoff pitch from the Submarine. That one's grounded over to the shortstop, and Blancance, the throw over to first base, is in time, and they get out of the jam. The Larks score 2 in the bottom of the 6th. They trail it by 3, 5-2.
Welcome back to Larks Park as the top of the 7th inning is about to get underway. The Larks scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 6th without recording any hits, but they are now within 3 after getting on the board, and Hank Brown is back on the mound for the Larks. Max Irwin leads off the inning, and the first pitch is on the way. This one's a chopper down the third base line, and Rainer Bean will let that roll foul for a strike. Hank Brown has been in since the middle of the 5th inning. He came in for Carson Lyles, got a strikeout, and he also added 2 more in the last inning. And the Larks pitching has held up pretty well. It's really just that 3rd inning where Dodge City ran away, and that's where they got their 5-0 lead. Irwin steps back into the box. The count is 0-1. Brown deals the pitch, and this one's lined onto the top of the net. No balls and 2 strikes now for the 3rd baseman out of Burleson, Texas. Tonight, Irwin is 1 for 2 with a single and a ground out down the first base line. He did, however, reach on an error in the 3rd inning and scored the first run of the game. Here's the 0-2. And half-hearted swing, but the field umpire, Jeff Keith, will say that he did not go around. That's ball 1. Wilson puts his glove on the outside part of the plate, and there's a swing and a miss, and that's the 4th strikeout of the night for Hank Brown.
Hank Brown's looked really good on the hill after coming in to relief for Carson Lyles. So far, it has been strictly a business trip on the rubber for Hank Brown, wearing number 31 for the Larks.
Now up for the A's is number 21, Isaiah Velasco, the center fielder. He's been a strikeout victim twice, but he's also walked as well. Count begins 1-0 to Velasco. His on-base percentage coming into tonight's game was .483, and I mentioned he's already gotten a walk tonight. Here's the next pitch to the Central Michigan Chippewa, and he lines this one foul for the first strike. In the previous 3 innings for the Larks, they've faced 3 batters in both the 4th and the 5th, and 4 in the 6th.
The Larks are going to really have to rely on their defense here for the remainder of this contest if they want to have any opportunity here of pulling this one back together.
Next pitch goes to the plate. This one's a hard hit, and a diving play is unsuccessful there for Austin Crawford. And Velasco has his first hit of the game.
That was a very good attempt there from Austin Crawford over at second base. The ball kind of jumped when it hit the grass as it kind of entered into that outfield grass near the turf, and it made it so that the ball just kind of hopped just over the glove of Crawford. He was on that ball from the moment it came off the bat, but just came off the bat so quick that it jumped when it got into the outfield.
With a runner on, that brings up number 34, Aiden Morehouse. He's gotten on all 3 of his appearances. Started with a base hit in the 2nd inning and then followed that with 2 walks. And the count is now 0-1. Yes, Jackson Phillips on deck and Alejandro Gomez in the hole. Hank Brown delivers, and that's popped out of play.
I've been most impressed with Hank Brown's pitch selection so far in this contest. He's really been very intentional with the pitches he's throwing in these at-bats to every single batter, really. He's been situationally aware depending on who's up to the plate.
0-2 is the count, and that it'll stay that way. Morehouse fouls that one off in pretty much the same spot. Hank Brown had 2 strikeouts in the last inning. We'll see if he can do that again. Brown delivers, and that one takes a bounce on home plate for the first ball. Isaiah Velasco stays over at first base.
We've seen Brown work inside on this at bat quite a bit. We'll see if he decides to go back outside here to try and get a swing and miss.
The 1-2 is on its way. And that one's chopped down the third base line, and that one will stay fair. Rainer Bean has to make a very long throw, and it's not going to get there in time. That one just stayed fair, long enough for Morehouse to get over to first base. And Velasco's now the runner at second.
Yeah, the home crowd is all saying foul ball, foul ball, foul ball, but that definitely stayed fair down that third base line. It really just kind of dribbled down the third base line. Very unlucky break there for Hank Brown. That really nothing he can do about that play. Same with Rainer Bean, really. Rainer Bean played that, fielded pretty much perfectly. And on a long throw across the diamond like that, you really can't expect much from a fielder. No one's making that play. Not even the best third baseman of all time is making that play.
Brand Wilson had a quick meeting with Brown, and he'll go back behind home plate. Jackson Phillips is the next batter. Came into tonight's game with a .300 average in 10 games. Brown takes a couple looks back at second base, then delivers. And he finds the strike zone to get ahead 0-1. Phillips is a sophomore from Parker, Colorado, goes to Seward County Community College. Tonight he has a hit and a run, which gives him 6 hits in his last 7 games. And also the same can be said with the runs. He's gotten all of his runs in 6 of the last 7 games. The foul ball makes it 0 balls and 2 strikes. Brown comes set. And he goes low on that one for the first ball. Phillips is batting 6th in the order. The bottom third is up next. That's Gomez, Copper, and Blankense. Here's the 1-2. This one's hit over to Austin Crawford. Chance for a double play. The throw to second is in time. They'll go down to first, and there is out number 3. The Larks turn a double play. It's 4-6-3 to end the top of the 7th inning. The A's still lead at 5-2, but the Larks are going to one of the best parts of their order up next. It's Rainer Bean, Brand Wilson, and Sean Keenan. The senior from Wichita, Nicholas Gonzalez, returns to the mound for the bottom of the 7th inning. The A's have led since the 3rd. It's 5-2. But the Larks have a big chance right here as it's their 3-4-5 batters this inning, and Rainer Bean leads things off. Here's the first pitch of the inning. Bean shows bunt, and he tried to make contact with that one and then run to first, but that will be called strike one. Running out to get the ball for the A's is number 25, Nico Brown. He'll throw it to the Larks ball boy. Oh and 1. The pitch is left outside for a ball. Bean's had 3 balls go into play tonight, and we've just talked about he's looking for that one hit that will just break open, and he can finally say that he has another hit on the season. 2 balls and 1 strike now to the third baseman from Murray State Community College. Gonzalez taking his time. He throws the pitch, and Bean takes a swing at that one, and it misses. It's now 2-2. Gonzalez has gotten 2 strikeouts already, trying to make it a third as he delivers the 2-2. Bean sends this one high in the air into left field. Amador has to run back for it, but he's able to track it down and get the catch for the out.
Well, I said previously in the broadcast that when the sun went down, the wind would theoretically die down. Well, that has not been the case, as I would imagine that had that ball not had any wind coming at it, I think that one really would have had a chance to maybe go yard or even at least get over the head of Amador out in left field. But Mother Nature not doing Bean any favors there on that at bat.
Coming up now is number 32, Bran Wilson. And his first pitch is lined foul into the parking lot of doom. So the count is 0-1. Wilson's gotten on base 3 times, and each time that he's gotten on, Cade Green takes the reins from there and runs the base path. And Green was actually the first run of the game for the Larks in the last inning. But Wilson's now down 0-2, taking a swing at that one.
That was the right pitch to go ahead and take a hack at it. It just is so hard to track the ball on a submarine pitcher. You mentioned that it just waits so long to break, and whenever it breaks, it jumps across the strike zone.
Gonzalez goes outside on that one, and that's going to be called ball 1. 1-2 now to Wilson in his 4th plate appearance.
Wilson's had a very productive day at the plate. He's reached base every single time he's been up to the plate.
Here comes the 1-2 from Gonzalez, and that's a line drive, and it goes foul. So Wilson will have to go back to the plate. He made good contact on that one, just couldn't keep it in fair territory.
Yeah, he was just a touch behind that pitch, and had he swung maybe even half a second earlier, that thing would have been a very pure hit off the barrel of the bat. If he can time that pitch up just a little bit better, he's going to find himself with a base hit at least.
The count is 1-2, but this will be the 5th pitch of the current at-bat. Gonzalez delivers, and it's another foul ball. Gonzalez is a senior from McPherson College and an alum of Wichita West High School. He's already seen the Larks 3 times this season. His last appearance was the first game of this 3-game series, where he recorded 2 strikeouts and only gave up 1 hit. The 1-2 is on its way, and that one goes by the knees of Wilson, and it's now 2-2.
Wilson's seeing the ball really well out of the hand of Gonzalez. You notice the pitches that he's deciding to swing at. He's all over the ball. He's making good contact with the ball. Now it's just a matter of getting that ball into play.
Gonzalez delivers the pitch, and this one's a chopper, and Gonzalez catches it and gives it over to his first baseman, Jackson Phillips, for out number 2.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Wilson, that ball being as low in the zone as it was, he just barely got over the top of that ball and hit it straight into the turf. And he almost had an opportunity there to get on first base, but Gonzalez was able to jump up there and make the reach to field that ball and then make the throw over to first.
Up now to the plate is number 7, Sean Keenan, the Larks leader in batting average and hits. He's got 24, but the only time he's gotten on base tonight is from 2 walks. Gonzalez's pitch is fouled back into the net for strike 1. Looking at Gonzalez this last season at McPherson College, he pitched in 11 games and was used as a late game pitcher just like he is with the A's, because he had 1 save and pitched in 12 1/3 innings. Keenan goes back into the box, trying to keep the Larks from a 3-up, 3-down inning. The pitch is on its way, and it's fouled back once again.
That was a nasty pitch out of the hands of Gonzalez, and that one really had a decent amount of velocity on it. As I mentioned earlier, submarine pitchers don't typically have a whole lot of speed coming off their pitches just because of the nature of their windup. Obviously, their kind of gimmick, so to speak, is the fact that it's hard to read the ball out of their hand, but that particular pitch really had a decent amount of velocity on it.
No balls and 2 strikes. Keenan takes a swing and misses, and that will end the bottom of the 7th inning as the A's go 3-up, 3-down against the Larks, and they're still up by 3. We'll be back for the top of the 8th inning in just a moment. Hank Brown returns to the mound for the top of the 8th inning as the A's go to the bottom 3rd of their order, trying to end this 8-game winless streak, which includes a tie followed by 7 losses. Wilson wants the first pitch down low, and this one's a high fly ball into right field, and this one will land in foul territory right in front of the 2024 NBC World Series champion sign. Dodge City's players were jumping out of the dugout thinking that one was gone, and it definitely had a chance, but it drifted to the right into foul territory. So it's an 0-1 count to Alejandro Gomez. Just wrapped up his sophomore season at Western Oklahoma State, where he played in 16 games. And on the next pitch, the count moves to 1-1. Gomez played in a total of 59 games in his career at Western Oklahoma State. He had 53 hits. And he fouls off the next pitch to move the count to 1-2. Brown looking to add another strikeout. He's gotten 4 already. Comes set, kicks and deals right away. And Gomez has to duck down for that one as the count is even at 2-2. Wilson giving the signal to Brown, and time is called by Gomez. He's technically 1 for 2 tonight. He's had an RBI single and also got out on a 6-3 play, but in his first appearance, he put down a sacrifice bunt, advancing the 2 runners. He works back up to a full count, leaving that one low and inside. Since coming in, Brown has faced 2 full counts, struck out both batters, trying to make it a third. And this one is going to be fair down the third base line, going past Rainer Bean and into the left field corner. Hebner picks it up and throws it in. And that's a leadoff double for Alejandro Gomez.
That's the second or third time tonight we've seen them rip the ball down that third base line. And there's absolutely nothing you can do as a third baseman to make a play on that ball. That is just great hitting. I mean, there's no other way to put it. That is great hitting. I'm not sure if they're trying to directionally steer the ball down that line. That's a really difficult thing to do, but if they are, props to them, because that has been a very, very successful at bats from the A's so far.
Jeremiah McCollum, the head coach for the A's, will now call Gomez over to talk about how they're going to approach this with Trace Copper as the next batter.
I've actually never seen that before, where they'll like take time there in that situation, then bring that runner from second base over. You don't typically see that. That's interesting. Most of the time you just give your signals out to the guy over at second, but they must be in a scenario now where they're trying to do something that you can't necessarily communicate through signals. So I would imagine that this is a little bit of a high-stakes situation here for the A's, just knowing that you can never rule this Larks team out. That is one thing that if there's been anything that any of these teams that have faced the Larks this season so far have found out, and especially the Dodge City A's no less, it's you cannot rule this team out, because just when you think that you've got this team down and out, they somehow find a way to battle back. And the Larks now with 2 more innings to get it done can really we've seen crazier things from this team so far this season.
Larks pitching coach Keith Harper calls in the entire infield for a meeting because there's no outs and they can't afford any more runs scored by the A's. This is the bottom third of the A's order, and Trace Copper's the next batter. 1 for 2 in tonight's game. That hit was a 2 RBI triple, which for him, that was his first hit of the year.
Certainly quite the way to start your year off. A 2 RBI triple that's not a common thing to write down on a scorecard, that's for sure. And man, a great job from him to make good contact and then have some good heads-up base running there. And they really tacked on a lot of runs. You got to think about it. All of their runs have come from that 1 inning. All 5 of their runs came from the top of the 3rd inning, and since then the Larks have held them scoreless.
Brown gets set to deal the first pitch to Copper. He's showing bunt. And they'll shift Tabor Stokes over, and they'll throw it back to second base. Gomez is back in time.
And he was showing bunt, so what happened there was Bean ran in to charge the ball if the bunt were to be laid down, and then Tabor Stokes ran over to cover third base. That was very excellent shift. That was excellent shifting there from the infield.
Brown looks back at second again, now focuses on the batter, and that's left outside for a ball.
Yeah, I think the A's are really just trying to get this run across home plate at all costs. I don't think that they really care how this runner gets home. They want to manufacture this run in any way possible.
In the on-deck circle is the 9-hole batter, Arturo Blanquense. He's 1 for 3. But for now, Brown deals with Trace Copper, who's 1 for 2. He'll show bunt again. Brown targets the low outside corner, and Copper's ahead 2-0.
Brown's trying to pitch him away here as he's showing bunt. They don't want him to let this bunt get down because you're going to have a runner on third with only 1 out, assuming you can even make the play over at first base off the bunt.
Brown kicks and deals, and this one's going to be hit over to the on-deck circle. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Copper.
That's exactly what you wanted to accomplish there if you're Hank Brown. Try to generate some bad contact off the end of the bat, force that bunt to go foul, and secure that first strike of the at-bat. We'll see if he can do that one more time, and that'll put him in the driver's seat of this count.
Copper still showing bunt, holding his bat out. And he now works with a 3-1 count as that one misses on the outside. Copper's been walked 4 times coming into tonight's game, added a 5th in the 2nd inning. And there is strike 2, so it's a full count now to the Tabor College freshman. Brown comes set, looking for the first out. The payoff pitch is on its way, and that is right down Broadway. There's strike 3 and out number 1.
That could not have been handled any better by Hank Brown. Beautiful pitch decisions there from him. Was able to generate that weak contact, got the first strike in the count, then went to the slider 2 pitches in a row. The first time he didn't get the strike call. The second time he was able to get it in the zone and then forced the batter to pull the bunt away and then blew the fastball by him right on that last pitch of the at-bat.
Brown begins with a 1-0 count to Arturo Blanquense. He's got 1 hit tonight, which was a single in the 3rd inning. That's where all 5 of the A's runs came from, and he was the only runner left stranded. Brown gets the next pitch into the strike zone, moving the count to 1-1.
Got to think that strikeout was a confidence booster there for Brown. He seems like he is pitching with a lot more confidence and vindication there on the mound.
He looks back at second base, then shifts his attention to the batter. He targets the low outside corner and gets another strike, and he gets ahead with a 1-2 count. He's got 5 strikeouts tonight, which matches what he had in his first 2 appearances combined. Going inside on that one, it misses the zone. 4-2.
That was a sneaky curveball by Brown. He almost dropped that in the upper half of the zone on the inner half of the plate. That would have been a really tough pitch to make good contact on if Blanquense tried to take a hack at it.
And there's another strikeout. That's 2 in a row for Hank Brown, getting Blanquense on the outside corner. And there's now 2 away with a runner at second.
Hank Brown just looks like he's found his groove up there on the hill. He is just rolling and mowing down batters at this point. Now at the top of the order here for the A's, I'll be curious to see how he approaches this next batter.
This is the 1-hole batter, Angel Vasquez. And his first pitch is inside for a ball.
To your point, Hank, I do think that the home plate umpire is really favoring pitches that are coming inside on the inner half of the plate as opposed to ones that are coming across in the outer half of the plate in terms of the strike zone.
Brown kicks and deals, and this is a line drive that will go into foul territory. 1 strike to Angel Vasquez. Vasquez is a freshman from Dodge City Community College, originally from Barranquitas, Puerto Rico. And on the 1-1, he'll leave that outside, tying the count up. He is one of the 2 players that the A's added to their roster in between the 2-game series and this current 3-game series with the Larks. His first appearance was on June 24th against the Great Bend Batcats. He chops this one over to Tanner Norman. He'll have to run this one out, and he will tag first base in time, reaching out his glove and touching the bag to end the inning. The A's recorded 1 hit in the top of the 8th, and he's left stranded over at second base with 3 outs to follow, and the Larks are back up next, trailing 5-2. Going now to the bottom of the 8th inning, Tanner Norman will start the inning for the Larks. He's in the 6-hole spot, followed by Tabor Stokes and Braden Cox. And the Larks are still facing number 9, Nicholas Gonzalez. Norman awaits the first pitch, and here it comes. It's left outside as Morehouse puts his hand out to retrieve it. And the count is 1-0. Gonzalez has made the most appearances out of any A's pitcher, nine appearances on the mound in what is tonight their 20th game. Norman fouls back the next pitch, moving the count to 1-1. Tonight he's 0 for 1. He's gotten on base in his last 2 appearances from a fielder's choice in the 4th inning and a walk. Norman's now walked in each of the last 9 games, but right now he's focused on getting a hit to give the Larks a hot start and potentially start a comeback. Another ball misses outside in an identical spot from the first pitch of the inning, and Norman will work with a tied count 2-1. So far tonight, Dodge has scored all 5 of their runs in the 3rd inning. The Larks have scored both of theirs in the 6th. And now Norman's down 2-2 as Gonzalez found the strike zone up high. Gonzalez comes set. Throws the pitch. And that misses on the high outside corner to make the count full.
That was a risky pitch to lay off of there for Norman. That thing really could have been called a strike there just based on where it was at. And on a 2-2 count, you got to protect, but props to Norman for having the discipline there to lay off that pitch.
The payoff pitch goes to the plate, and there is ball 4, and the leadoff batter of the inning is on first. Now up is number 6, Tabor Stokes. He had 4 runs for the Larks last night, and he's gotten on base twice in this game. Morehouse puts his glove low, and the pitch goes to the plate, and that finds the strike zone to give Gonzalez an 0-1 lead. Norman takes a small lead over at first base. I don't believe we've seen him record a steal yet this season, so he will now work with a 1-1 count. That one almost hit Tabor Stokes, or at least it appeared that way. That's the challenge that I've brought up of facing a submarine pitcher.
It's kind of scary as a batter because it looks like it's going to come in and hit you, especially if you're a right-hander against this righty submarine pitcher. It looks like it's going to come hit you, but you just have to stand in there and stay in the box with confidence.
And a line drive by Tabor Stokes is going to bounce in front of the right fielder, Trace Copper. Both runners advance one base, and no outs have been recorded. And if Braden Cox can get on, he is the tying run in this inning.
This is where we say never count this Larks team out. They are a team that is gritty as ever. They talk about it just about every time after they get a W here at home. Hank will go down and interview them, and it's always gritty zeros. That's always the way that they view these contests. It's always a grinded out, nose of the grindstone contest for this team, and it's no different here tonight.
I feel like they're starting to know now that I keep bringing that up, saying gritty zeros, because they kind of look at me when they say it and also at the crowd.
It's their thing. It's this team's identity, and they have really embraced that identity to the max, and they've just been so fun to watch this season.
Braden Cox showed bunt on the first pitch, and it was fouled off. The count is 0-1. He's focused on getting Norman over to third and Stokes to second. Gonzalez started his windup and then turned around to second base to keep Norman in his place.
Well, I don't mean this as any ill will towards Norman, but I don't think that Norman's going to have any opportunity of stealing third base. I'm a little bit surprised that Gonzalez is as worried as he is about Norman over there on second. Now, obviously, it's a tight situation here for Gonzalez, but sometimes you just got to focus on that guy at the plate and not let those runners get in your head too much.
Now it's not the pitching coach, Willem Allen, on the mound. It's the head coach for the A's, Jeremiah McCollum, that will call a meeting. Braden Cox is down 0-1, so Gonzalez is definitely going to stay in the game. There's nobody warming up right now.
One more visit, though, and they'll have to pull out Gonzalez. There's no option now. So that's the last visit they're allotted for this contest unless they want to pull him out of the game.
So Cox will step back into the batter's box. He showed bunt on the first pitch. He is down 0-1.
So definitely be a bunt situation here. You want to avoid that double play over at second base. A bunt down that first base line or even down the third base line would work to their favor here and advance those runners over to second and third.
He shows bunt again, then pulls it back, and then goes for a full swing. And now Cox will definitely have to start swinging here. The count is 0-2.
That would have been the pitch to go ahead and try to lay a bunt down on. I'm not sure if the tactic was to try and throw off the pitcher there by just showing bunt initially. But based on where that pitch was located and where it came across the zone, that would have been a good pitch for bunting.
Gonzalez delivers, and that's popped out of play. That one lands just over the grandstand. And Cox is still down 0-2. Morehouse wants this one down the middle. Instead, it goes outside for a ball.
That's a good take there for Cox. He recognized that pitch, didn't start out as far as they normally do. That's really the key. If you're a righty in a situation like this, you just you base your swing as to whether or not that pitch looks like it's going to hit you or not. If it doesn't look like it's going to hit you, there's a good chance it's probably going to drop out of the zone.
Cox fouls another one out of play, staying alive. 2 foul balls now after being faced with 2 strikes. And if Cox gets on right here, I'd have to assume that a change will be made on the mound for the A's. They do have somebody warming up right now in the bullpen all by himself. That is number 8, Frank Tinoco, another right-hander. He's a junior from Texas A&M, Texarkana. So Gonzalez just needs one more strike for the first out. The pitch is on the way, and it's chopped foul once again. This next pitch will be number 7 of the current at-bat. And still staying alive is Cox. Make that 4 foul balls now. And the Larks fans are cheering him on. They're hoping a good hit will bring some more runs in.
Cox nodding his head yes after being able to make contact with that pitch. He seems really confident right now in the right-handed batter's box.
We have now crossed the 3-hour mark of tonight's game. This one started at 7:11. It is currently 10:13. Here's the 1-2. And that was a foul ball, and Morehouse didn't catch it. So Cox is still alive.
It's been a hard-fought battle between these two, both wearing number 9. It's been the battle of the 9s for these two teams. Braden Cox, props to him. He's really hung in there in a tough at bat.
Cox is playing very close to the plate. He's hit 5 foul balls in this at-bat. Time is called by Braden Cox. He'll step out for just a moment. Take one practice swing and step back right back in. And Cox loses the battle in the end, swinging and missing on that one. It was a 9-pitch at-bat, and he strikes out swinging on a 1-2 count.
What a rough way to go down for Braden Cox. He battled that one all the way to the bitter end and wasn't able to come through, but props to him. He's able to wear out the pitcher a little bit by doing that, and so we'll see if that can generate another hit here in this inning with Austin Crawford, the lefty, up to the plate. That'll make things a little bit easier on the Larks going forward against Gonzalez.
Crawford already has a double in this game, so don't be surprised if he makes good contact with this one. Gonzalez delivers the pitch, and Crawford leaves that up high. 1 ball and no strikes. The runner at second base is Tanner Norman. Tabor Stokes is at first base. Larks are looking for their first runs since the 6th inning. Both teams have scored their runs in bunches because all the A's runs came in the 3rd. And that was also the case in the first game of this 3-game series. The A's jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the top of the 3rd, and the Larks responded with 4 of their own in the bottom half, and then neither team scored for the remainder of that game. Crawford works ahead 2-0. The Larks will go back to the top of their order after him, so if he can either get a good hit or get on base through a walk, that would bring up Braden Hebner. Both Crawford and Gonzalez taking their times. Here's the pitch, and that's left outside for ball 3.
This is where Crawford could really connect with one, give one a ride here. If he finds the pitch here on this 3-0 count, Gonzalez is going to be forced to pitch him a strike here on this pitch. So we'll see if Crawford elects to take a hack at it.
3 balls and no strikes. Gonzalez delivers the sidearm pitch, and that's called strike 1 on the inside part of the plate.
That was a good pitch to lay off there for Crawford. There's no sense in swinging at a pitch that far away from the inner edge of the plate. That thing was just barely painting the outer half of the plate, and Crawford didn't want to risk making weak contact there on that pitch. And lived to fight another pitch here on a 3-1 count.
Here's the 3-1, and it's hit high in the air into center field. Velasco goes back for it, and it goes into left field now, and the catch is made by Amador for the second out. The Larks go back to the top of their order for the 5th time tonight now, with number 20, Braden Hebner, the left fielder. He had 2 RBIs last night, so we'll see if he can add 2 more to his season total. He actually recorded an RBI in the 6th inning also because the bases were loaded and he was hit on the heel by a pitch. Now he faces 2 outs. Gonzalez goes to the outside, and that's fouled out of play into the parking lot of doom.
Not a bad pitch to take a hack at for Hebner. Sometimes those first pitches can likely be one of the best pitches you're going to see in an at-bat. And for Hebner, especially in a situation like this with 2 outs and 2 runners on the base paths, you really have to extend your strike zone.
0-1 with 2 outs. Gonzalez kicks and deals. And that one's left outside for a ball. In tonight's game, the Larks have left a total of 9 runners stranded. They left 3 they left the bases loaded in that inning where they scored 2. And Hebner fouls another one out of play. And just like that, he's down with 2 strikes.
What's even crazier about that is they've left 9 runners on the base paths. They've only generated 4 hits in this contest. The fact they've only had 4 hits but have left 9 on the base paths tells you everything you need to know about this contest.
Gonzalez looks to end the inning, and this one's hit over to the shortstop, and Kense gives it over to Vasquez to end the inning, and the A's still lead this one 5-2. Time for the top of the 9th inning where the A's will look to add some insurance runs from Amador, Irwin, and Velasco. Before starting the top of the ninth inning, the Larks will bring in number 23, Jackson Ramos, the only Lark with multiple saves. He's making a team-high 8th appearance in this one, coming in relief for Hank Brown, who had a very solid outing. He only gave up 3 hits, did not give up any runs, and also recorded 6 strikeouts, giving the Larks now 11 as a team. This is the 8th time they've surpassed 10 strikeouts at home and 9th overall. The only time they've done so on the road was last night when they had 15. This one's hit high in the air for the first pitch of the inning. It goes into right field. Keenan runs after it, and he reaches up and makes the catch for the first out.
That was a big league pop-up there on that one. That thing was hit sky high out to right field, and props to Keenan there for tracking that one down. And I'm sure the wind had a lot of effect there on that ball, as after you hit a certain height, the gusts get even windier when you get up to a certain elevation.
Coming up to the plate now is number 5, Max Irwin. 1 for 3 on the contest. And the first pitch to him is a strike right in the high inside corner. Irwin, the Coffeyville Community College Red Raven, looking to get on with 1 out. The pitch is on its way, and it's left outside for a ball. Ramos's last appearance was also where he got his 2nd save. That one came in the final inning against the BTL Hornets. He struck out all 3 batters that he faced. And now he works with a 2-1 count, and the Larks are playing from behind. Wilson centers his glove. Ramos comes set, and here's the pitch. That one's left outside for another ball. 3-1 now to the freshman out of Burleson, Texas. Ramos comes set. Deals the 3-1. And that one's popped out of play behind the grandstand. And it's a full count for Ramos against Irwin. It's a battle of a junior college pitcher against a junior college batter, which is now more common in summer baseball nowadays with the amount of players that choose to take the JUCO route. Here's the payoff pitch, and this one's hit high in the air into right field. This one's going to go into foul territory, drifting out of play. And Irwin stays alive. That ball looked like it was defying gravity almost because of how far it sliced out of play. I don't think Keenan would have had a play with how long of a run it was. But either way, this is the 7th pitch of the at-bat. It's on the way to the plate, and that's ball 4 to Max Irwin.
Ramos a little frustrated there with that pitch. He shakes his head in disappointment there after giving up a walk. But this is one of those situations, if you're Ramos, you just can't let that get to your head. And now you're looking to, how can that benefit me? Now I've got a runner on first base. Can I turn a double play here and generate some weak contact to turn 2 here on this next play?
Ramos misses upstairs for ball 1 to Isaiah Velasco. He recorded his first hit in the 7th inning. That gives Velasco 7 in 7 games. He's also a graduate player for the A's, so he's part of a group or part of a team that has 5 seniors on their roster as well as 10 Division I players. Velasco fits both categories. He's a graduate player, and this last season he played in the MAC for Central Michigan. Count moves to 2-0. Still one out. That was the fly out to right field for Yael Amador. Ramos comes set, delivers, and another one misses up high, and it's a 3-0 count for the center fielder.
Ramos needs to look to put this one low over the inner half of the plate here. Try to generate some weak contact.
Ramos looks back over at first base. The tag is not applied in time by Tanner Norman. Here comes the pitch from Ramos, and that is ball 4, putting runners at second and first. Keith Harper's now making his way out to the mound again for a meeting with Jackson Ramos. Up next for the A's is Aiden Morehouse, followed by Jackson Phillips and Alejandro Gomez. As Harper continues to talk things over with Jackson Ramos, he's the third relief pitcher into the game tonight. Sammy Fredrich got the start tonight, followed by Carson Lyles. Hank Brown came in after that and had a very strong outing. And now they turn to Jackson Ramos for the last inning.
When we saw it one other time tonight where Keith Harper came out to the mound, gave some encouragement to a young pitcher, and then right after he came off of the mound and let that pitcher kind of settle back into things, all of a sudden it was a totally different pitcher we saw on the mound where he just steps back into that confident stuff that Keith Harper has faith and knows that these guys can pitch for him.
Well, just looking back at his entire career with the Larks, usually he sits in a rocking lawn chair, which I don't think he's been doing that this season, or I haven't seen it at least. But he notes every pitch that a pitcher throws, and there's an 0-1 count to Aiden Morehouse. And he just scouts the players and really analyzes everything, and he knows the tactics of being a pitcher, so that's what helps him out so much. And what's crazy is when he played here at Fort Hays State back in his college days, he pretty much played every position but pitcher.
That is crazy. I didn't even know that one, Hank. That's some good insight.
Got that from a Hays Post article. Count moves to 1-1 off of a check swing. They'll say Morehouse did not go around.
Well, it seems like every single time you go down and get to have a conversation with the pitching staff, it seems like every single time the pitching staff is out there being interviewed, they always talk about Keith Harper and how much of a great asset he is to have behind their back, especially when they're out on the hill.
They changed the call. That last pitch was a strike, so it's 0-2, now 1-2, as Wilson will field that one after it rolls away from him. The runner at second base is Max Irwin. Isaiah Velasco's at first. The A's have scored all their runs in the third inning. They've left a total of 8 runners stranded in every other inning. That includes one in the inning where they scored all their runs. Ramos now deals with a 2-2 count. Wilson wants this one down low. The pitch goes to the plate, and instead it goes up high for Morehouse to work back up to a full count at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
A strikeout here from Ramos would be huge for the Larks' momentum here in the top of the 9th inning.
Morehouse has gotten on base on all 4 of his previous appearances, showing why he's the team leader in on-base percentage. He came into tonight's game at .571. The payoff pitch is on its way, and that misses on the low outside corner for another walk, and it gives the A's loaded bases. Coming up now is number 17, Jackson Phillips. He reached in his first 2 appearances and then got out in his last 2. That includes a strikeout and a 4.63 double play. Time will be called.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to make sure the runner over at first, Morehouse, was ready for the ball to be put in play as he was trying to put his helmet back on.
It's a courtesy runner, actually. It's number 12, Jaden Moreno, once again. He's been the courtesy runner for Morehouse all night. Here's the pitch from Ramos, and he gets it on the low inside corner to get ahead 0-1. Phillips is working with the bases loaded and 1 out.
Turning 2 here to be the ideal situation for the Larks. They really need some momentum here going into the bottom of the 9th.
Irwin's at third, Velasco's at second. That one's fouled off to make the count 0-2. And at first is Jaden Moreno, Aiden Morehouse's courtesy runner.
Obviously, they're not going to say no to a strikeout here if Jackson Ramos can produce it, but either way, a double play or a strikeout gets them out of this inning with some good momentum going into the bottom of the 9th where they need some runs.
Ramos comes set, deals the pitch, and there's a swing and a miss for out number 2. The 15th strikeout on the year for Jackson Ramos, and he just needs 1 more out to end the inning, and we'll see if the Larks can turn a 3-run comeback, excuse me. And now up is the DH, Alejandro Gomez.
Well, that was a very gutsy strikeout there from Jackson Ramos. Was able to get ahead in the count and then was able to put that pitch down and away and to generate that swing and miss pitch. Those down and away pitches are really difficult to lay off of, especially when they break the way that it did there on that pitch.
Ramos is set to deliver the pitch. It's on its way, and this one is a foul ball going to the first base side, picked up by Willem Allen, the A's pitching coach and first base coach. No balls and 1 strike. Gomez has 2 hits tonight, a single and a double. Ramos comes set. And the pitch goes to the plate. And there's another swing and another miss. Now 0-2, and he's got a chance for his 2nd strikeout. That last one was Jackson Phillips, who also dealt with an 0-2 count.
Ramos is pitching with such confidence on the hill. That was a beautiful curveball up in the zone on the outer half of the plate.
Larks fans will clap along to help Ramos out. He delivers, and that one misses up high for the first ball to Gomez.
It's a pretty standard 0-2 high fastball. A lot of times when pitchers get ahead in an 0-2 count, they like to elevate a fastball just above the zone to try and generate that swing and miss and get those batters to climb the ladder.
Here's the pitch from Ramos, and he gets another strikeout. He got Gomez to reach on it on the 1-2 count, and that ends the inning with the bases loaded. And the Larks need 3 runs to keep the game alive, 4 to win it. We'll see if they can do it when we come back. The Larks trail by 3 to start the bottom of the 9th inning, but luckily they're near the top of their order. It's Trent Baker starting things off, and he's still facing off against the reliever, number 9, Nicholas Gonzalez, going for the save, while he's also trying to make sure Blake Pacheco gets the win.
If Nicholas Gonzalez can pull this off, this would be 4 straight innings that he's been on the hill. Coming in as a reliever, being able to go 4 innings and close the game out is extremely impressive if he can pull it off.
Trent Baker's now down 0-2. And Gonzalez, he's only given up 1 hit since coming in at the start of the 6th inning. Next pitch is on the way, and it's low and outside for the first ball to Trent Baker. He was very careful to make sure that he didn't swing at that one. He was looking directly at it while squatting down.
That was a very enticing pitch there, just barely missing the outer half of the zone.
Gonzalez delivers, targeting the outside part of the plate. Morehouse tried to frame it, but Ben Cutley will call that a ball. Gonzalez looking for another strikeout, and Trent Baker hits a fly ball into shallow right field, and making the catch is Copper after a very long run, and that is out number 1.
That one had some promise, but the wind really just made that ball hang out there in right field and made it hang out there just long enough for Copper to track that one down. That was a really long run to catch that fly ball for him.
Up next for the Larks is number 3, Rainer Bean, the freshman from Murray State Community College. He's put 4 balls in play, just looking for that 1 hit after a 2 for 4 performance in yesterday's game against the A's. Here's the first pitch from the McPherson Bulldog, and that's ball 1 to Rainer Bean. Dodge's infield is playing closer to the outfield. And the next pitch goes to the plate, and it finds the strike zone to make the count 1-1. Rainer Bean is the only Lark that has appeared in every game this season. This is his 16th game as a batter, and he's now down 1-2. He awaits the next pitch. Gonzalez delivers it, and that one's left inside, evening the count up with 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Larks trying to remain unbeaten and keep many winning streaks alive. They have 29 straight regular season wins, 24 straight wins here at Larks Park, and 20 straight wins in RMBL play. But Rainer Bean will face a full count with 1 out. For Dodge, they are trying to end a losing streak and winless streak. That winless streak is 8 games long. It started with a tie and then followed with 7 losses. And the payoff pitch is a ground ball over to Vasquez. He fields it and lightly tosses it over to Phillips for out number 2. Coming up now is number 32, Brand Wilson, to try to keep the game alive with 2 outs.
They're going to need a serious rally here. I've seen crazier things from this Larks team, but they're going to really need some serious magic here if they want to keep this one alive.
2 outs. Gonzalez kicks and deals and goes inside against Wilson for a ball. Wilson's gotten 1 single tonight, and he's also reached twice after being hit by a pitch on a 1-0 count. He would eventually score the first run of the game also, and he's now down 1-1 as the home plate umpire will call that one a strike. Gonzalez going for the save with a 2-1 record, and that one will be called ball 2 to Wilson. Gonzalez is just taking his time. He's got a huge cushion to work with. A 3-run lead, 2 outs, and it's a fly ball into right field, and this one's going to drop in front of Copper. And now the Larks need a 2-out rally to keep their undefeated record alive. As Brandon Wilson records his second base hit of the game, that brings up Sean Keenan, the right fielder, who also scored in the 6th inning along with Wilson. And checking in for Brandon Wilson is number 12, Cade Green, just like he's done all night tonight.
Well, Brandon Wilson's had an excellent night at the plate tonight. Big props to him after a very good performance at the dish. He has been very consistent for this Larks team tonight. He's come up big when they really needed him.
Keenan steps into the left-handed box to face the right-handed Nicholas Gonzalez. Here's the pitch. And that's on the low outside corner for ball 1.
There it is again, just that outer half of the plate, it just seems like isn't a friendly spot to get a strike from this home plate umpire tonight.
Now Morehouse wants this one down low. It goes up high. And Keenan is ahead with a 2-0 count.
Got to think now, the tying run is on deck here. If the Larks can get this guy on base, whether that's a walk or a base hit, it doesn't really matter. You've got your tying run up to the plate in that moment, and you really start to gain a little bit more momentum.
Gonzalez deals the next pitch, and this one's hit high into the night sky, into center field. Velasco runs after it, and catching it in the end is Vasquez all the way from the second base position. And there is out number 3, and that will end the game as the A's defeat the Larks by a final score of 5-2, ending their 8-game winless streak and handing the Larks their first loss of 2026. So we'll be back in just a moment with our post-game show coverage here on the Larks Network as tonight's game ends with a final score of 5-2. It took until the 17th game of the 2026 season for the Larks to suffer their first loss, but it happens tonight here in their final home game in the month of June, as the A's scored 5 runs in the top of the third inning, and they win it by a final score of 5-2. Welcome into the postgame show, everybody. My name is Hank Corsair, joined alongside by Eli Blankenship, and it really was that third inning that determined the mood of the entire game. The A's put together those runs, slowed the Larks pitching down. It picked up at the end, but at that point it was just too late, and they got the big win out of it.
Yeah, it really was a pitching duel, I think. After that, really after the third inning forward, the Larks let up the 5 runs in the third inning, and it wasn't really even a bad pitching. It wasn't really due to that. I mean, the A's really just strung together some good hits. That's really what it came down to. And from then on, it was a pitching duel, and it was really fun to watch. The dramatics, it came all the way down to the very end, and props to both bullpens. They both had a heck of a game tonight.
And when you look back to the previous games of the season series, it feels like when things were close, the A's were doing one thing right but not the other. Tonight, they do everything right with the pitching and the batting, and it ends their 8-game winless streak and gets them back in the win column as they try to fight back up.
Yeah, and I think a very crucial part to their victory tonight came from their lack of errors tonight. There were no errors on the scoreboard for the A's. They had a very good fielding tonight. Even despite some pass balls here and there that allowed the Larks to progress around the base paths, they didn't let that get to them down the stretch, and in the end, they really executed where it counted most.
And also the A's could definitely fight back for a potential NBC World Series berth, because if you remember last season, they were 10-11 at the end of June, so anything could happen for them. But now looking at the Larks, they suffered their first loss, and the undefeated run comes to an end, which any level of baseball, that's insane to say. So looking at what's ahead, this probably could even be looked at as the best thing that could happen to them, because you learn from your losses, and that's going to help you in the long run.
Yeah, and obviously you didn't say this on the microphone or anything, because this is one of those situations where early in the season you don't want to wish ill will on a team, but you and I both were like, there needs to be a loss at some point. We don't want this to go into an undefeated season going into the NBC World Series. That's not what you want, because the pressure's on. There's just more pressure than there would be if you were to go into the NBC World Series with a loss or 2, 3, whatever, however many losses going into the NBC World Series, because the pressure isn't near as high. And I think to your point, I think this loss is going to be a good learning experience for this Larks team, and they can look back at this game and say, okay, here are the things that we need to work on, because in the past we might have squeaked past them here or there just due to our high-caliber offense, but tonight those errors are not errors, I guess, but the weaknesses were a little bit more apparent in this contest.
And that's going to wrap up our coverage of tonight's game, as the A's win it by a final score of 5-2. They are now 9-10-1 overall and 7-7 in RMBL play. The Larks dropped to 16-1 and 11-1 in RMBL play. And now they're going to hit the road for 4 games. They'll be in Colorado from June 30th to July 3rd. The first 2 games will be against the Fort Collins Foxes, and the other 2 will be against the Game Day Angels. All those games will start at 6 p.m. Mountain Time, 7 p.m. Central, and we will have all those games here on the Larks Network. So thank you all for tuning in to tonight's game. I'm Hank Corsair, joined alongside by Eli Blankenship. And ladies and gentlemen, good night from Larks Park.